Thank you, members. Continue with government business. I call Ms. Patten.
Thank you, President. And yes, I concur. I do appreciate the moment to not have the muzzle on. But I'm rising to speak to the Public Health and Wellbeing Amendment Bill, the state of emergency extension and other matters. And I have to say, I have been speaking about this bill for 2 weeks. It has been an extraordinary couple of weeks. I have never seen such not so much the volume of communication that my office has had, but the viciousness and the aggression that has been incorporated in that. I have never seen that before. And I've got some theories about that, and I'll try and speak a little bit more about that. But before I go on with that, in trying to work with this bill, in trying to work in this time of COVID, I just really have to thank my staff, because my staff have been manning our social media, manning our phones. Now, when COVID started, we got an extra mobile phone for the office so that our constituents could text us, because they really, people were in trouble, and we were dealing with lots of different issues from our constituents. And, you know, some of them were simple, some of them were complicated. You know, we had people trying to bring babies in from overseas. We had a whole range of issues where people were struggling. And, you know, my staff were just remarkable in dealing with that. But you know what? They haven't been able to answer their phone, answer our office phone for the last week, because every time they do, they are frightened that there is someone on the other end abusing them. And that has been the case. So we have had to allow our phones to go through to message bank, and then we ring people back. But so I would like to start with really thanking my staff for working with this, for standing by this, for being measured, for being compassionate, for being kind, and remarkably for not losing their temper. Because this has been difficult. And I don't necessarily blame the people who are calling us, because I think there is misinformation out there. There has been a lack of information. I've heard my crossbench colleagues, and I concur. We have not had the communication that I think has been required. And I am willing to say these are extraordinary times. So I appreciate that things don't happen the way you would want them in a perfect world, but this is a time of COVID. But I think Mr. Atkinson certainly talked about this in his contribution, and I really took heart from what he had said, and I think Mr. Grimley also mentioned it. But we started receiving emails into our office some 2 weeks ago, and I must say I contacted the government at the time saying, what's happening? And then it seems like a lifetime ago, but I suspect it was just 8 days ago that we were then briefed on what this bill might look like. Now, many hundreds of phone calls since then. We now have the bill that we are facing today. But we understand what this bill is. We understand what the extension of a state of emergency means, and I hope we all do. But it still seems that the community doesn't understand that. And certainly my office, and I know that all of you in this chamber and have tried to explain what this bill means. But there is a lot of misunderstanding, and I've heard this from the previous contributions, that this bill means further lockdown. This bill means that we will still be under curfew. This bill means that we won't be able to visit our loved ones. This bill means this. and I'm still receiving them over the dinner break. It does not. It does not extend the lockdown. It does not extend the lockdown for 18 months, 6 months, 3 months, not even 1 month. That is not what we are debating here today. It's not about 5G. It's not about vaccinations. It's not about novel cures. This is not what this is about. But I have received thousands of emails about just that. I understand that we need legislation. If we're going to go forward, if we are going to have a roadmap, we actually are going to need some rules for that roadmap. And that's what states of emergency are. Now, it is extraordinarily unusual that we are in a situation of a pandemic. And that requires us to be here today to be talking about an extension of that state of emergency legislation. Because what that state of emergency legislation means is that when there are extraordinary circumstances, experts like the Chief Health Officer, who then confers with other experts, other medical professionals, makes that advice to the government that we need to implement special rules and regulations to, yes, rein in our freedoms, yes, provide restrictions to us, but this is on extraordinary terms that it is a state of emergency. But frankly, we need those tools, and we have needed those tools. If we are going to reopen our schools, we are going to need a pathway to reopen those schools. We actually can't do it just saying reopen the schools. We're going to need some guidelines, and we're going to need probably some restrictions about how we do that. If our cafes are going to open, again, we're going to need some guidance. We're going to need some rules about social distancing, about the number of people who can go into a cafe. If we are going to get back to see our family and friends, we are actually going to have to make some commitments that we will do it in as safe a way as possible. And I've been speaking to paramedics, I've been speaking to doctors, I know all of us have been. I know all of us have been speaking to business operators, business associations, nurses' organisations, doctors, ambulance drivers. One thing that struck me in this, and this is at the beginning, is talking to the paramedics who are talking about having to help people while they're in full protective gear, and how difficult that is. How difficult that is to help someone distressed while they're like that. And how difficult that is to spend 8 hours in that. I mean, for goodness sake, I just complained about wearing a mask, and I am not in full gear. And I can't imagine what it would be like to be a paramedic at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Saturday afternoon, looking after people on a sunny day at the beach in full gear. I understand they do not want that to happen, and I understand that we need to provide the tools that are needed to open up this state. As we know, currently, and the legislation says that there can't be a state of emergency for more than 6 months. And I am sure when this legislation was introduced, that seemed like as if we would ever need anything more than that, as if we would ever be facing a pandemic like we are facing now. People are frightened, and I understand that. I understand from the anger. A lot of that anger is based in fear. They are fearful that they won't get a job. They're fearful that their kids are going to bear the brunt of this, and frankly, their children, my children, my grandchildren, are going to be bearing the brunt of this, because I don't think this is the last pandemic that we will see. I think we will see more. But this, and I just want to backtrack a little bit as well, just to correct some of the concerns that people have had about this legislation and about this bill. And again, about this bill, you know, setting curfews, locking people in their homes, protecting them. We actually have a state of disaster, and that actually directs a lot of those curfews. It directs the restrictions that we have seen about the distances we can travel away from our homes. That is a state of disaster. Now, that state of disaster is without question. No one has questioned that. That is a rolling 1 month state of disaster. I did listen to Mr. O'Donoghue intently about this, and I concur with him that I think now is the time that we actually need to review these legislation. Now we need to look at this with the lens of the 21st century, with the lens of that pandemics may be something that we are going to see in our future, and this is not our last one. When we are going to see the effects of climate change, when we are going to see increasing environmental disasters, as we just came out of that state of disaster of the fires before we ran into COVID. But there is that concern, there is that fright. People are frightened and fearful and uncertain. And I commend the government for speaking, for the Premier coming up there daily. But it hasn't given the people the certainty that they needed. And I think the way that this bill came on was probably at an inopportune time. Probably it could have been done better. And you know what, I'm not in the government and I'm not dealing with a pandemic, so I'm actually not going to be too critical of mishandling that is made during a pandemic. But what I did see at the beginning of this was a pandemic of concern and kindness, of community spirit. We all saw it, the new groups, the neighbourhood groups, the people who were concerned about their neighbours, the people who wanted to help, the people who were putting themselves out there. And we saw, I know that we saw thousands of people kind of grabbing onto this notion that we could be kind during this time, that we could be compassionate during this time. Now, I haven't seen that all that much in this chamber today. However, I think almost everyone I have listened to today has made a valid point. I might not have agreed with all of their points, but I think I've found actually something to agree with in just about everyone who has spoken today. Now, when we first heard about this piece of legislation, and I think we all knew it was coming, we all knew the 6 months was coming up, we all knew something was going to happen, we were all getting the emails about it, but the government then put forward that they would like to set in legislation that a state of emergency could be set for 18 months. Now, okay, I'm not in the government, but I would have thought in this 6 months we would be thinking about how we are going to live with COVID, because we are going to be living with COVID for not 6 months, for not 1 month, for not 3 months. We are going to be living with COVID for a long time. We're going to be dealing with it. We're going to be managing it. We're going to be seeing the rise and fall of it. Hopefully, a vaccination may help us. I don't think that the vaccine is going to be necessarily the 100% answer to this. But 18 months to have a state of emergency. We can't live in a state of emergency. And I think that's what I heard last week, is this notion that we would be living in a state of emergency, in this heightened level of emergency. That is not what Victorians want. Victorians, however, are willing to live in a state of COVID. And I say this, and I note that Roy Morgan last Tuesday did a study, and they found that, and I think I know the people at Roy Morgan, and I know that they were very surprised by the results that they saw from their survey, that 89% of us said that wearing a mask should be mandatory. 72% of us said that the curfew shouldn't be ended, and that 71% of us supported the limits on our travel. Now, I hope that we do not have to live with that. I hope that that is a short-lived thing that has resulted in the figures that we are seeing today. I hope that this weekend we will be seeing figures of under 50. I hope that we will be starting to look at how we can open up, but we can't open up without some rules. We cannot set a plan for recovery. We cannot set a plan going forward without that. Business knows that, and I have spoken to many business organisations. The police know that, the nurses know that, the doctors know that, the experts know that we must recognise that we are going to have to manage this. And I want to manage this with the minimum of intrusion into our private lives, the minimum of intrusion into our lives. I want to see my local businesses open. I want to see young people getting back to school. I want to see, my intern being allowed to actually attend a lecture, being actually allowed to meet their fellow students. I'm living alone. I am really hanging out to spend some 3D time with my friends, with my family, with my constituents. But I know that we're going to have to do that carefully. Now, the government put forward 18 months last week, and that was absolutely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. So the bill that we're seeing here today is different. The bill that we're seeing here today is for an extension of the ability to call a state of emergency, the ability to declare it for 6 months. And that is sunsetted. That is sunsetted. The Minister has also put into the legislation, and this was something that we were negotiating with last week many times, about what sort of transparency they could provide to the Parliament. So now we are seeing that the information that they are basing that declaration on will be tabled in this Parliament. The Minister has committed to me personally that she will provide oral briefings on that, so we can ask questions about that. So we started with 18 months and basically very little transparency. Now, here, 8 days later, we have quite a different bill. And this is a bill that is now, that meets, I think, the concerns that were raised by Liberty Victoria and the Human Rights and Equal Opportunity Commissioner. Both raised concerns about an extra 12 months on this state of emergency. So we have now got some degree of transparency, and we have got some safeguards there. I hope for some assurances that Parliament will continue to meet, and we know that that is one of the most important safeguards on that. And that probably leads to the opposition's amendment of requiring for a state of emergency to be declared, that it must come to the Parliament and it must be approved by both houses. Voted on and approved by both houses for the state of emergency to continue, that must come back every month here. I'm not convinced, as much as I admire my colleagues in this chamber, I'm not convinced that we necessarily have the expertise to adjudicate about whether a state of emergency is required or not. In fact, I'm probably quite confident that I don't. But we do need increased transparency. And I certainly, in campaigning against the 18 months, in campaigning in advocating for the transparency of the declaration of documents, in campaigning for a sunset clause to be implemented into this bill, I also asked for a joint committee that could oversee this. And while I wanted to talk about oversight, I actually wanted what the community wants. The community wants to hear us talking forward thinking. They want us to be proactive. They want us to be forward focused. How are we going to live with COVID? How are we going to be in this state of COVID? Now, the government said, well, PAYAC's doing that. Now, I've been on PAYAC and I understand that it is a good committee, but it is a government committee. It doesn't provide scrutiny of the government when the government is actually running the committee. And I must say, I read the minority report from the PAYAC interim report the other day, and I have to agree with a lot of the recommendations that the minority report made, and that was about a greater scrutiny. Because I know that my constituents, they're scared of this. They're scared of what this means, and they want those democratic safeguards. So today I put on the notice paper the motion for a joint House COVID committee that would look at the effects. And we know that COVID has affected women in a much more detailed way, in a much more dramatic and profound way than it has I'll take up that. I certainly pushed for this. I certainly tried to put amendments up. I was not going to get the numbers to get that up. I hope that we might debate that. We might debate that motion in 2 weeks. We might debate that motion in 2 weeks. I want to see a state of emergency going up. I am comfortable. I am not going to vote right now against. Sorry, I'm going back. I don't think PAYAC is sufficient. I want to see the women's issues. I want to see social housing. I want to see aged care reform. I want to see flexible working arrangements. I want to see greater investment and understanding that we will be the local tourists, that we will be doing that. I want to see more money put into local manufacturing. I want to see how we are going to address mental health. I want to see all of these. And this is in my motion, which I hope that we will get to debate probably in the next couple of weeks. This is not our last pandemic. This is important, and we need some security. And I have listened to the police, I have listened to the nurses, I have listened to the paramedics, and I have listened to the doctors, and I have listened to the scientists, and I have listened to the business operators who were saying to me, Fiona, we're actually not that concerned about the state of emergency. We're concerned about how we go forward. We understand that we're going to need rules to do that. We understand that. Now, I had hoped that in this 6 months we would have seen some COVID-specific legislation come to this House. I had hoped that we would see recognition that all businesses are going to need a COVID-safe plan, that we are going to have triggers where we might see things like masks becoming necessary, whether that's on public transport or in confined spaces, that we may have to look at how we limit public gatherings. I thought we would be able to do that into COVID-specific legislation, because this is not just an emergency. This is something that we are going to live with. But I am pleased today that what is on this table is something that I have worked on, and it is something that has the support of the AMA, the ambulance drivers, the police, the Chamber of Commerce, that we have seen the support from the community, that my community wants some surety in this area. Now, I thought about the 1 month proposal, the amendment that has been put forward. I've heard that my crossbench colleagues are not happy with 6 months, that they think that going into March 2021 is too far, that is too far. But I haven't seen any of them put up an amendment to change that. I haven't seen any amendments, and I don't support 1 month. I think coming back here every 4 weeks to debate what the Chief Health Officer has advised is not good use of this process. It's not good use of this chamber. Good use of this chamber would be a different form of scrutiny. Good use of this chamber would be looking forward. How do we affect change? How do we help our businesses get back on board? How do we help our kids get back to school? How do we help those? So I will continue to listen to the committee process and listen in detail to the conversation around the opposition's amendments. I'm not aware of any other amendments that are being placed here. But in my mind, we have found not possibly the perfect, and I think often we look for the perfect, but if we find the good, if we find something that will give businesses the security that they need to open up, the security that they know that the rules are going to be like this, that we can move forward. And I will continue to question the Minister. I will continue to do that, and I hope that we will see possibly a conversation about a COVID recovery and response select committee. As I said, I've put it on the table. I understand it will be raised in the other House tomorrow, and I look forward to that. I look forward to listening to the committee process, but at this stage I support a 6-month extension with a sunset clause, with a 4-weekly, if necessary, a 4-weekly briefing, verbal briefing and questioning from the Minister. And I understand that we're going to hear from the Minister in her summing up on that.
Thank you. Dr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I rise to speak to the proposed amendment of the Public Health and Wellbeing Act 2008 that aims to extend the state of emergency by a further 6 months. The new normal is infinite and uncertain. And as a state, we need to figure out how we are to adjust to this and find ways to do so where we don't have to rely on people being in total lockdown, and ultimately where we do not have to rely on a state of emergency to manage our response to a global pandemic. As an MP, it is my job to listen and to represent the people of my community. And as an independent, it is my job to provide a voice free from party politics and to hold others to scrutiny. It is a privilege to be a Member of Parliament and my privilege to listen to and represent the voice of my community. And the voices have been loud and clear and unfortunately full of pain. I've had thousands of emails and calls to my office, as well as messages on social media from those opposed to an extension and those exhausted by the lockdown. Every single one of those messages, those thousands of messages on Facebook, came from an individual community member who was concerned about this matter. And I can count on one hand, the number of those that have been nasty or threatening, one hand. So most were heartfelt messages from mums and dads, young and old, and a good reflection of my community as well as my multicultural community. In addition, I ran a survey on social media asking my community to vote on whether the state of emergency should be extended. And when I checked it midday today, it had over 50,000 responses. 50,000 individuals who cared enough to go to a website and cast a vote. 48,000 of those who responded, let me repeat that, 48,000 are opposed to any extension of this state of emergency, followed by an extension on a month-to-month basis. I have not used this as a political football, and I am not trying to gain votes. This is not election time. I'm not one of the ones that are bringing members back early from maternity leave to get this bill through. And I respect any mother, any working mother who wants to come to work. But I do hope that Samantha will be here tomorrow for non-government business and every other day that we sit from now on in. No, she is. Yes, she is. She is in her room. She is nursing her child, and I respect that. As a mother of 5 who had her children at her feet while she worked, I absolutely respect Dr. Ratman's choosing to bring her child to work and to work today. But I do hope this is just not a one-off. These tens of thousands of people felt strongly enough to reach out and to contact me. My community is telling me loud and clear. They are frustrated, they are angry, they are suffering, they are telling me their stories of only being able to see their ageing parents twice this year, or not being able to see their children who are out of work, who have mental health problems, of not being able to visit relatives in palliative care, or financial problems, of anxiety and depression, and of suicide. They are also grieving, some for loved ones that they have lost, many more for their old way of life, their freedom and their work. And they do not have the physical presence of others to comfort them. More and more are finding it harder to be motivated to work from home. Even highly skilled and successful members of my community are finding it tough. All of this has been well documented in medical and research journals. And what is making it harder is the black and white nature of the current rules. My office was contacted by a son trying to visit his dying mother in palliative care in regional Victoria. We contacted Minister Mikakos' office. We contacted Minister Neville's office, and the response we received was to go to the DHHS website. Now, this is not an isolated incident, but reflective of hundreds of my community members. This black and white approach seems simple and practical on the surface, but it cannot go on forever, and certainly not be a blanket for another 6 to 12 months. Life is not black and white. There are many shades of grey. Each and every case is different, and where the rules exist, they don't reflect this. The community deserves better governance. Hundreds of people that have contacted me stated that they see the extension of the state of emergency as a loss of their democratic rights. They are telling me that if Parliament sits regularly, we don't need an extension, that we have a Parliament for a reason, that their voices will be completely silenced as the people they elect to be their voice, their concerns, will not be consulted before decisions are being made. We are all those members of Parliament. We are not being consulted. The parliamentary website clearly states that the function of Parliament includes forming a government from among its members, making new laws and updating old laws, and examining and approving government's taxes and spending. And particularly important to this global pandemic, representing the people, holding the government to account for its policies and its actions. To the importance of this Parliament, the people of Victoria are correct. Noteworthy is the entrance of this Parliament. The inscription from the proverb 11.14 on the floor of the vestibule reads, "Where no council is the people fall, but in the multitudes of councillors there is safety." How many have walked over this and given this much thought? Yet here you are asking us, through this amendment, to hand over these functions during the biggest crisis this state has faced. How is that democracy? The Premier and their Cabinet must be accountable to the people of Victoria through a fully functioning Parliament with regular oversight and representation. Whilst undoubtedly a lot of important and life-saving work has been done by this government, unfortunately, the copybook is blotted by the handling of quarantine and not protecting our vulnerable. A further 12 months or even 6 months of these powers without scrutiny is too much. I do not deny that there is a pandemic. I do not deny that there is COVID. I do not deny the seriousness of this, and I do not deny that this is not influenza. I am horrified that the members of my community are dying, but this is not the first pandemic. Why wasn't a pandemic plan written at the time of writing the Public and Health Wellbeing Act in 2008? Why, back 6 months ago, were we updating and creating a pandemic plan that could be used? Why are we now trying to change our existing legislation to suit today's situation? Why would we hand over control to the Chief Health Officer even when there are no cases? So far, the communication with the members of this House who do not occupy a Labor seat have been quite frankly appalling. There is a great deal of experience within this chamber and a number of strong voices representing their communities. We deserve to be represented, and that's what we are elected to do. And where is the communication with the broad range of medical experts, not just epidemiologists? Sorry, I stumbled on that one. Where is the communication with local government who deal with their communities on a daily basis? Are you tapping into that vast wealth of knowledge? Are you asking them what the needs of their community are when it comes to recovery? Asking how and when to communicate with their community members. I tell you that some of the local governments are well ahead of this state government when it comes to recovery and having recovery plans. The Premier just needs to go and collect all of the recovery plans that the local governments have already written. My electorate has been the worst hit by COVID. Yet several of the councils in my area have developed comprehensive recovery plans. They want to work with the government to implement those plans. It is poor communication which is the largest problem that we face. The extension of the state of emergency was proposed without announcement of policy or plan in relation to the response and recovery from this global pandemic, with no information on how we're going to navigate out of this. Stressed, tired people, many whom have been suffering, were left to speculate. It is not a surprise that many thought it meant 12 months of being locked down, not seeing their friends and family, and unemployed at this time. That democracy actually would be on hold at this time. People need hope. People need to see a way out. As a member of this Parliament, I understand that the amendment to the Public Health and Wellbeing Act ensures elements of the public health response can be called upon at a moment's notice, it may truly be required. Indeed, it may be demanded by another wave of this virus. On this basis, we obviously need something in place to protect our community. But with the announcement, I could not see a plan. And so I ask this government today, where is the plan? Why are we not gathering today to debate and implement a long-term recovery-focused policies? The Chief Health Officer has stated that he thinks we are over the worst of it. So shouldn't we be concentrating on recovery? In fact, this should be something that it should have begun months ago. If this is truly a health response, then how is the time to respond? The situation, this situation is no longer acute, but chronic. And we need a long-term management plan. As we are reminded in our daily updates, this is a global pandemic, and there is definitely enough global evidence within the scientific communities to be able to make decisions that benefit more people. We are talking about people's lives and livelihoods. We need to have compassion, and compassion needs to come into play, and we need to know how and why decisions are being made. We need to look at how we can get businesses back on their feet. We need to get our health system up and running for all Victorians. We need to consider those who are sick, but also the entire community, most of whom are fit and well and doing the right thing. We need to get our community back on its feet. The people of Victoria need hope. The people of Victoria need a plan. This pandemic has not just caused suffering, but it also has amplified those problems and suffering that already existed. Physical illness and death, stresses and anxiety, financial problems, and social instability. Alleviation of that suffering, governance and communication must be the key parts of this response. Like others here, I have had to weigh up the response from my community and consider it in the light of what is needed, contained in a COVID norm. Regrettably, I see an extension of the state of emergency is needed in some way, shape or form. But we can't do this without scrutiny, without oversight, with Parliament sitting, with a return of democracy, with a plan for recovery, with compassion and mechanisms in place to ensure that the needs of the individual are taken into account, with clear communication and the community knowing when restrictions can be lifted. Give us hope. Finally, let's remember what is written on the vestibule floor. At the heart of this building, in a multitude of councillors there is safety. I will not be supporting this bill. And with a few minutes to spare, I want to go into some of the debate that I've actually heard over today. And first being that it is very difficult to support a bill that, in all respect, that we were given 4 o'clock last night. Now, others in this chamber have said that they have been working with the government for 2 weeks. Well, I'd love to know about those secret conversations in some back room. Because when we knew about it, the crossbench, was last Monday with a courtesy call, as others have said today, with a courtesy call that the Premier was going to announce it at 11 o'clock. At 3 p.m, we had a briefing with no bill in front of us. And as I said this morning, if it wasn't for the opposition at 6:30 that night sending me a draft exposure bill, I would not have had it. The government, and I've gone through my emails because I remember all the interjection this morning, and I can assure you that it was the government sending me, saying that there was obviously something in the system that we didn't all receive it. So I received it the Wednesday morning, but truly, I didn't receive it from the government till that Thursday afternoon. So we spent a whole week working on that. I had got legal counsel and advice. I had been listening to my community. And then, on this weekend, the government has decided to throw that out and to put this in front of us. The conversations that I have had with the Health Minister have been full and frank. Very frank last week when I explained that how my community has been hurting, but also full and frank how I have been hurting. The last time we sat, I mentioned my nephew, and the very next day I had the misfortune of being there when my nephew died. So for myself, I realised there and then the black and white restrictions and how they are not taking into consideration my community's expectations, why they are losing faith in the government because a lot of the restrictions do not make sense. This government needs to listen to the community in being compassionate, in being flexible and being nimble. They have made many errors over these last 6 months, and those errors probably wouldn't have been made in 2008 when this Act was, so the Public and Health and Wellbeing Act in 2008, if at that time they wrote up a pandemic plan. I understand that that Act was written in the thought that we might be experiencing a flu pandemic. And I can assure you there are a lot of local governments at that particular time who have actually pandemic plans in the way of flu. And what they have done is they've changed those plans into COVID plans. Why hasn't this government done that? Why haven't they been as nimble, and why isn't there a pandemic plan sitting around anywhere since 2008? And now we are, and I think rightly so, looking at other jurisdictions that don't actually have the same debate that we're having at this point in time. The other point that needs to be made today is that this is very unusual, but the council is sitting and the lower house will be sitting later this week. What is also highly unusual is that we have been given a bill without all the due diligence that is normally taking place, which is it normally goes to the lower house and then it sits, so for 2 weeks we actually have 2 weeks of an opportunity to go through it. There is also normally there are other measures in place where those checks and balances go through the other committees. So unfortunately, none of those checks and balances have occurred. None of those checks and balances have occurred. They couldn't have possibly occurred when you write something the night before and you put it into the Parliament's lap. Why I cannot support this bill is because of the way it has been thrown into my lap. And others can say that they feel that they have been able to contribute to it. Well, it was probably a select one or two, not the whole crossbench. And this, to treat us as members of parliament in that manner, to not allow myself to be able to put that out to my community to receive feedback, I obviously cannot support this legislation today. And there'll be others in my community who will feel that as a doctor of Chinese medicine and as someone who has worked in the medical field for many years, that somehow is not the right response. That somehow I should support this legislation, and because that's the only tool that we have. No, there are other tools that we have, and what I have witnessed in the last 6 months in relation to health, to the communication out to the community from this government has been, quite frankly, extremely poor. The health messages that should be going out to my community about how they could actually be safe during these covert times are not occurring. Why they haven't actually looked at the health response in a holistic manner, when they realised what lockdowns do to people's mental health, why they have not taken that into consideration in this covert response is astounding. To think that we're going to deal with these mental health problems down the road somehow. Why they have stopped elective surgery. Why do people feel that they can't come out and see a GP for their medical problems? So there is going to be a long list of health concerns after this pandemic is over. And do we have the medical system that will be able to look after this? I wonder. It is great to see the Minister for Health coming in. I'm looking forward, Mrs Mikakos, to hear your contribution, Minister, but I'm also looking forward to hearing other contributions in this debate. I think I'll leave my contribution at that.
Thank you. I call Mrs McArthur.
Thank you, Mr President. And I rise to speak in opposition to the Public Health and Wellbeing Amendment, State of Emergency Extension and Other Matters Bill 2020, which seeks to expand and extend the extraordinary executive government powers vested in the Chief Health Officer under this Act. And I repeat, we are voting to extend the powers in unprecedented fashion of an unelected bureaucrat. It does seem unbelievable, but that's what's happening here. But like many before me, I pay tribute and acknowledge the work of those on the coalface, the health workers caring for patients, and those farmers, transport operators, and supermarket employees who are keeping us fed. Now, I just want to comment on Ms Cumming's contribution, and she is quite correct. We have all been treated like lemons here. We got this bill just today when the Minister basically moved it. So bad is this process of consultation that not only did we not get the bill and the crossbench not get the bill this morning, but the overseeing body, SARC, also was not even going to meet actually until some of us ensured that they did. But I can tell you that no thorough assessment has been able to be made of the enormous implications for human rights of this extensive legislation by that committee. And so, that is a serious problem, I think, for this chamber, that we're voting on something where we cannot actually be assured of what the implications of those human rights are. I also want to acknowledge the thousands of Victorians who've reached out to people like myself, begging for this legislation to be defeated. Their stories of anger and desperate anguish are compelling and heartrending. Mr. Medick's scathing criticism of this email constituency process is a degree of hypocrisy in the extreme, given that he embarked on a massive spamming process of councillors in the Colac Otway Shire recently, thousands in one night, which jammed all their emails when they are trying to feed people locked down in a crisis in the Colac area, and also manage a fire that had occurred in their electorate. So to talk about people sending emails on this issue when he'd actually organised the process himself in another area seems hypocrisy in the extreme. The Premier, up until last night, had no plan or roadmap out of the mess for which he and his hapless ministers are responsible. And also, Ms Cumming is quite correct. This is the place of, or should be, of accountability and scrutiny. I totally reject the idea that only experts can tell us how we can live our lives and how we can manage something. This is the place where scrutiny should occur of executive government, and we should not hand over that responsibility to so-called experts, unelected bureaucrats. That is not acceptable in this democratic process. Anyway, but Mr Andrews says he might have a plan. I think he's been under considerable pressure, even from his own federal colleagues, but also business leaders and others. And we're told that if we're obedient enough, we might be enlightened or partially enlightened with a plan on Sunday. So on Sunday, Father's Day, by the way, we might learn about Mr Andrews' plan, that get out of jail card perhaps. But like Mother's Day, don't think you'll be able to give Dad a hug on Father's Day because you could well be fined for giving Dad a hug. So as we speak, we actually know of no plan or roadmap. Neither do they. But we're expected to vote on this legislation to extend the government's powers without any indication of how they intend to use those powers. What a disgrace. What blinding arrogance, what abuse of power, what disrespect for the people of Victoria and those of us here today elected to represent our constituencies. It is breathtaking to think that any elected member of this chamber could support this legislation as presented. However, it appears, unfortunately, that some might, and the government might get its way. That is most unfortunate. The Health Minister's here now. Perhaps she could detail us Dan's plan. We'd all be happy to hear about it, and that might help us in our vote later tonight. We've been subject here to the harshest dictates in the world, but we've actually got the worst results in this country. Mr Ondaatje says we've got the worst health minister in the country. Some were keen to throw mud at New South Wales for their Ruby Princess issue, but I'm sure there are some now who'd be happily swapping places with us in Victoria. Victoria's had its own Ruby Princess. It was hotel quarantine, a Ruby Princess without the ship. New South Wales has had 52 deaths from this virus, while Victoria, well over 500. How can we possibly consider giving this government more power when it is irresponsible and has the worst results in the country? Victoria's had a total of 19,000 cases, while New South Wales just 4,000. Queensland just over 1,000, Western Australia 650, South Australia 460, Tasmania 230 and even fewer in the territories. On March the 16th, the Premier declared the first state of emergency, having threatened extreme measures just 6 days earlier in preparation for the spread of the virus in Victoria. No one could have foreseen, however, the extent of extremity of these measures empowered by this legislation. Victoria has become victim to some of the most draconian restrictions in the world, restrictions that violate the most basic principles of human rights and individual liberty. And this legislation seeks to allow the Victorian government to continue to enforce these measures for a further 6 months. This state must be unlocked so that businesses can reopen and lives and livelihoods can be restored. The government has persistently sidelined the Parliament and essentially ruled by decree. First, they refused to have a non-government controlled PAC inquiry into the response of the pandemic. Then they canned sitting days and evaded scrutiny. They used the Chief Health Officer to suggest rural MPs would be infecting the countryside if we turned up to our workplace in Parliament House, but somehow it's okay today. They refused to brief the opposition and most of the crossbench, but we still have no idea what facts and data their advice is based on. When we finally returned to Parliament, the Health Minister arrogantly refused to answer questions or demonstrate any modicum of ministerial responsibility. If for no other reason, I implore the crossbench to vote down this legislation because the government has continuously insinuated that you and the constituents whom you represent are unimportant and expendable. The outrageous extended timeframe for these emergency powers is not my only concern with this legislation. The insertion of the word reasonably before the word necessary in clause 6 of the bill is completely unmerited and unacceptable. The threshold required for the use of such serious executive powers under this Act should not be lowered. If the Chief House Officer needs to enforce stringent and authoritarian restrictions, it should be predicated on an evident and objective serious risk to public health. It should be absolutely necessary, not merely reasonably necessary. Similarly, the expansion of the definition of serious risk to public health in clause 3 is of equal concern. No matter how many times the Premier tells the daily press conferences that these restrictions won't be in place for 1 second longer than they have to be, by making this legislative change, it is obvious that the opposite is true. Perhaps there is still the potential for a serious risk to public health to arise if asymptomatic community transmission leads to the resurfacing of the virus, as it has in New Zealand. A testament to the reckless strategy of pursuing elimination. But this is not a present serious risk to public health. To make such a change to this legislation is offensive to common sense and truth, not to mention a free society. The government should never have open slather to use these extraordinary powers, even when the threat is negligible or non-existent. Clearly, medical professions even agree. The chairman of CSL and Genesis Care, Brian McNamee, told the Financial Review, where are the checks and balances, the expert independent advice, the data, the scientific explanation, including objectives, and finally the pivotal role of Parliament? The legislation provides none of that, but instead a blank cheque for more unscrutinised and extreme restrictions. Other medical professionals have noted it is our professional opinion that the Stage 4 lockdown policy has caused unprecedented negative economic and social outcomes in people, which in themselves are having negative health outcomes. In particular, it has caused or exacerbated depression, anxiety and other mental health issues, as well as contributed to domestic violence through extreme and unjustified disruption to family, social and work life. Restrictions which have inflicted enormous suffering on the lives of Victorians. And clearly governments, both state and federal, agree with this sentiment because the cost to mental health is extreme, and they've allocated nearly $2 billion of taxpayer money to the issue of this mental health crisis caused by the lockdowns and the treatment of people in Victoria especially. And is it any surprise when livelihoods are being destroyed and businesses are collapsing? Since the start of the pandemic, police have uncovered more than 5,000 domestic violence offences. Young people will suffer most from these lockdowns. They've effectively lost a year of education and been deprived of employment opportunities. One of Melbourne's most successful restaurateurs, Chris Lucas, said, "There are 20,000 small cafes and restaurants in the state, and as an aggregate we employ about 300,000, mostly young Victorians. It's already too late for a lot of them. There's talk that at least 20 to 30%, maybe even higher, will not reopen their doors." That's the number of restaurants and cafes that are closing. The cost of this pandemic also, and the way that we've managed it so badly in Victoria, is immense. 400,000 jobs have been lost in addition to those lost in the first wave. And a month ago, estimates suggested that the state debt was set to hit $60 billion as a consequence of Stage 4. Already under this government, we've seen the state debt rise from $21.7 billion to $40.3 billion prior to the coronavirus. Each working-age adult in Victoria now bears the equivalent of $9,213 in state debt. This bill should not be passed. This bill is a disgrace. This government does not need extenuating powers for a minute longer. And I urge all members in the chamber to cast their vote in opposition to this extraordinary piece of legislation which we've had no time to properly analyse or scrutinise. So at this time I would like to distribute the coalition amendments as moved by Mr Davis.
Your time is expired, but you want the amendment to be circulated. Thank you very much. Call the Minister. Minister.
Thank you very much, President. I will say some remarks in conclusion of this debate, but I do note that just close to 8:45, about 8:42 p.m, we finally received the opposition amendments, and what we've heard during most of this debate since this morning is issues and complaints around transparency. We've heard issues around transparency, and I just want to begin my contribution, President, just to put on the record that despite claims to the contrary, that members did receive a copy of the bill last week on Monday the 24th of August, 6:26 p.m. The government released this as an exposure draft so that members of parliament and in fact the community at large would have the opportunity to see this bill before it came to the parliament by virtue of the fact that it was going to be debated as an urgent bill. Members of parliament had the opportunity to receive that bill and to be briefed on it last week. So there was an email that was sent on 24th of August at 6:26 p.m. From the Premier's office. It also went to Dr. Cumming, who claimed she didn't receive it, and it was sent again the next day, again on the Tuesday, the 25th of August at 10:51 a.m. and again sent to Dr. Cumming, who appears not to read her emails. There was...
Order. Thank you. Ms. Sit on the point of order.
Hear the Minister sum up. We've respectfully listened to every member's contribution today, and the heckling that is going on of the Minister is out of order. And I ask you for a bit of quiet in the chamber, if that's possible, so we can hear the Minister.
And please, members, please, I said 3 times orders. I like to hear the Minister as well. I'm sure you want to hear the Minister as well. Minister, to continue.
Thank you, President. So those couple of emails were sent to all members of the crossbench. The opposition also received a link to the bill from my office. And members of parliament were offered a briefing last week. On the 24th of August, I understand that members of the crossbench accepted offers of that briefing. It was very well attended. And similarly, my office contacted Ms Crozier last week on Monday the 24th of August and similarly offered a briefing that was accepted and organised the following day on Tuesday the 25th of August. And actually it had been made available at the time that the Liberal members were able to participate. And similarly, a further briefing was offered this morning to both members of the opposition. That offer was not taken up, and members of the crossbench were also offered a briefing, and I understand some members of the crossbench attended that briefing. In a similar vein, President, I've heard claims being made that members have not been informed about the government's response to the pandemic. In fact, I have been advised that 80 COVID-19 bulletins have been sent to all Victorian state MPs, opposition, crossbench, government MPs throughout the course of the year. We've had a number of MP briefings when we were able to come together earlier in the year. There were briefings on the 4th of February, 3rd of March, 17th of March, crossbench briefings on the 7th of April, 5th of May, 19th of May, 23rd of July, 24th of August, 1st of September. So there have been offers of briefings to members of parliament and their staff. We have facilitated regular briefings for both crossbench and opposition members of parliament, and I know for a fact that my Chief of Staff has responded to many of Ms Crozier's inquiries on a regular basis. So, President, the bill was in fact circulated. It was made available also to the public at large so that people would have the opportunity to have a look at the bill themselves. Now, President, I want to come to the substance of the bill because, as I said this morning, this is probably, I think it is in fact the most important bill that I am debating here and participating in the 21 years that I have been in the Victorian Parliament. We have a public health emergency, President. It is unprecedented one in all of our lifetimes, and it is an ongoing public health emergency. We all know that this emergency will not end in 2 weeks' time when the current state of emergency ends. It will be an ongoing challenge facing our state, our nation and, in fact, the globe for some considerable period of time to come. Now, President, I listened respectfully to all the contributions.
And you weren't even in the House. Thank you, Ms. Stitt, on the point of order.
Thank you, President. I literally cannot hear the Minister, and I'm sitting only a few seats away from her. It's very disrespectful given that everybody had their say for hours and hours in this chamber today and we all listened respectfully. So I would ask, President, that you ask the order to...
Thank you. Again, members, please. We all should be listening to the Minister, and I like to hear the Minister as well. Thank you.
Thank you,
Minister.
President, I think this just reflects very poorly on all of you because this is a very serious public health emergency that our state is facing, and the community expects us all to work together to address this issue. And you keep failing that test time and time again. We have an ongoing public health emergency. President, the case numbers are trending down, but we know there is still some way to go. There is still some way to go. I have heard many disingenuous claims being made during the course of this contribution. I've heard claims being made that somehow this bill is going to give extra powers to the Chief Health Officer or to the government. Now that is total nonsense. That is total nonsense. There is no additional grab for power. There is no additional powers being given to anybody. This is about extending the time for the exercise of the current powers under the Public Health and Wellbeing Act.
Order. Ms. Singh, point further.
Is there any chance the Minister could be heard in silence or something that approximates it? Please, it's now the third point of order on this exact issue.
Thank you, but there was interjection from both sides, so this time, please, both sides. Thank you, Minister.
President, as I explained at the outset, this pandemic will not be finished in 2 weeks' time. And it won't, in fact, be finished in 6 months' time either. It won't be finished in 6 months. This is going to be going into 2021 because we know in all likelihood we will not have a vaccine that will be developed, that will be trialled, that will be tested, that will be found to be safe and effective, that will be manufactured and distributed to our state, to our nation, and in fact globally within that 6-month period. And this is why the government had received that advice to go for a longer period of time to enable a baseline level of protections to continue into the new year. And this is all designed to protect our community. And President, we just have to look to our Tasman neighbours in New Zealand who have done a wonderful job in driving down case numbers. They went for 102 days without any locally acquired cases, and now they have seen new cases pop up in New Zealand. And so that just demonstrates the fragility of the situation we have here, President. We have a highly contagious virus, and we need to make sure that we are able to continue to protect the community, even if we have a small number of cases or even in fact 0 cases, that this bill will enable the Chief Health Officer to be able to continue that legal framework to be able to issue those legal directions to protect the community. Without the state of emergency, it is not possible for the Chief Health Officer to issue those legal directions to do things like require people who have been diagnosed with COVID-19 to isolate in their home, to require people who have returned from overseas to quarantine. So unless people opposite want Victoria to be a hermit kingdom and never have anyone return from overseas into Victoria, or never have international students come back from overseas into Victoria, we need to have the legal framework in place to enable those measures to continue. Now, President, as members have already acknowledged, Victoria is unique in its legal framework. We're the only state that has a cap of 6 months. So every time that the state of emergency has been declared and extended over the last 6 months, under the legislation, I have had to seek fresh advice from the Chief Health Officer, assessing the risk at that time. And that has also required me to table a report to the Parliament providing a summary of the reasons for those circumstances. And that can only happen every 4 weeks at a time, President, and that basis of that legislation will remain unchanged, President. But President, we have every other state in the country that has an unlimited ability to extend their equivalent legislation. An unlimited period. New South Wales can declare a state of emergency for up to 30 days, but there's no limit on the number of times that can be declared.
That's outrageous.
Excuse me.
That's outrageous.
Sorry.
Wait that minute.
Don't grab that bottle of water that's there. Sorry. It's probably not the best. Thank you. Well, perhaps if I didn't need to speak so loudly, President, to be heard.
Can you repeat the New South Wales, please?
Minister Leen wants me to repeat that. But look, South Australia, it has a declaration of a major emergency that remains in force for a maximum period of 14 days, and there's no limit on the number of extensions. Queensland has a public health emergency that can be declared for up to 7 days, can be extended for up to 90 days, and there is no maximum limit on the number of times it can be extended.
Order.
Western Australia.
Thank you.
A public health state of emergency can be declared when the minister is satisfied that there's a public health emergency. It can last for 6 days initially, may be extended for up to maximum of 14 days, and no limit on the number of extensions permissible.
No limit.
Similarly, Tasmania, under its state of emergency declaration, they have a maximum limit of 12 weeks, can be extended for up to 12-week periods, but no limit on the number of extensions. Northern Territory, a public health emergency remains in force for 90 days, can be extended for further periods of up to 90 days without a limit on the number of extensions. The ACT, President, an emergency declaration, a maximum limit of 5 days, can be extended for up to 90 days, but again, no limit on the number of extensions, President. So what we have seen in all of these jurisdictions, in fact, even in jurisdictions with very few cases or no locally acquired cases, they still have legal directions in place. So Western Australia, for example, President, they've had 114 days with no locally acquired cases. They still have 18 legal directions in place in Western Australia after all of these weeks. And that is to require return travellers to quarantine, positive cases to self-isolate. So those people opposite President might live in nirvana, but we know that we will continue to have this virus for some time, and to be advocating to go from stage 4 to 0 restrictions in 2 weeks' time would in fact mean a third wave. So effectively you are voting for a third wave. You are being reckless. You're being reckless. You're barracking for the virus. You've never supported the public health response. You've denigrated the Chief Health Officer, and you are now in your position today advocating for a third wave. That's essentially what you would bring about, is you would see an uptake of cases. President. So, President, we know that we need to be able to continue to respond to these circumstances. We have put some additional measures in place in the legislation around transparency. As I said, tabling the CHO advice in full. I've had very productive conversations with members of the crossbench. I will endeavour also to ensure that the Chief Health Officer and myself are available for briefings every 4 weeks if there are further extensions in relation to this, to the state of emergency. President, this is important that we get this done today. This is important that we pass this important legislation and to put the public health interests of Victorians first. This is why every single member of this House should be voting for this legislation. This is vital to keeping Victorians safe, to saving lives and to protecting livelihoods.
Thank you. I'd just like to remind members coming into the chamber, please use both doors behind me, and opposite is the exit door. Now, I know sometimes people walking from the other side, people walking from here, but that's only when the bell rings. During normal sitting, please use the doors behind me. Question is that the bill be now read the second time. Those that opinion say aye. Aye. In the contrary, no. No. I believe the ayes have it. Division call. Ring the bell, thank you. Thank you. Lock the doors. Members, the question was the bill be read the second time. Those for the ayes, please stand in your place, and I indicate my vote with the ayes. Thank you.
He wasn't very good. He wasn't that good.
It's still happening.
Thank you, members. For the noes, please stand in your place. Thank you. Thank you, member. The results of the divisions: ayes 21, noes 18. Therefore, the second reading has been passed. Now the bill will be in a committee of the whole. Thank you.
We'll now consider the Public Health and Wellbeing Amendment, State of Emergency Extension and Other Matters Bill 2020, a bill for an act to amend the Public Health and Wellbeing Act 2008 in relation to certain matters relating to the COVID-19 pandemic and for other purposes. Just explained to the House that we are going to have a little bit of a different approach to this bill. So we'll have a debate on Clause 1 and Mr Davis's amendments to Clause 1, but we'll then park Clause 1 and not pass it, and we'll deal with Mr Davis's amendments as they come up throughout the bill because of you can explain it to the Minister, yes. Sorry? It's questions. Yeah, sorry, not a debate, it's standard committee. Sorry, it's only just been relayed to Okay, so okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have the general discussion on Clause 1. We won't move Mr Davis's amendments. We will then park Clause 1 and we'll deal with his amendments as we go through. When we come back to Clause 1, we will just deal either with the amendment and the passing of the clause or the passing of the clause. There will be no further discussion on Clause 1 at that point. So people need to exhaust all questions that they have on Clause 1 in the first discussion. Mr Davis.
And if I can, that's fine, Deputy President, but if I can just flag too that Clause 3 and 6 are ones on which there will be questions from the opposition, and I suspect a number of others, and 5 too, but yes, that's right. But clause 5 is already marked out on the chart.
We'll move to clause 1 and I call Mr Ondarchi.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, this goes to the substantive contribution in my second reading speech, and also I note that it was an element of Dr Cumming's speech and some frustration by Ms Patten in her second reading speech as well. Victorians really want to know what the impact of this legislation will do to their lives. Why don't Victorians have the roadmap or the plan prior to the introduction of this bill?
Minister?
Well, thank you for that question. This bill is not about the roadmap. This bill is about extending the legal framework which enables the Chief Health Officer to continue to issue legal directions and to provide some continuing protective measures for Victorians. The government has separately indicated to Victorians that it intends to announce a roadmap for easing of restrictions this coming Sunday. Despite various claims by a number of members in their contributions today, we are not voting today. We are not voting on a retention of the current lockdown or the current stage 4 restrictions in Melbourne or the stage 3 restrictions in regional Victoria. They are unrelated directly to the bill. We are going to be making decisions in terms of that roadmap based on the continued advice of the Chief Health Officer, and that has been what has guided our approach throughout this pandemic. Of course, the state of emergency and the legal directions enable various measures to be put in place, such as the stay-at-home direction and other restrictions around mass gathering events, etc. But the vote that we are all making today is not directly related to those restrictions, which are guided and will continue to be guided by the CHO's advice.
Mr Ondarchi?
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, are you telling this House, therefore the people of Victoria, that how they will live their lives under your government's direction post the introduction of this bill, should it be successful, is not relevant to the decisions that are being made here today? Is that what you're saying?
Minister?
Mr Ondarchi, please don't seek to put words into my mouth. What I'm saying is that we are not voting today on whether stage 4 restrictions in Melbourne or stage 3 restrictions in regional Victoria will continue. The timing of the easing of those restrictions will be guided by the data, by the science, by the public health advice. That's been the approach of the government from day one in responding to this pandemic. And we know that the measures that have been put in place are working, case numbers are coming down, but the timing and the sequencing of that roadmap will be set out on Sunday. It'll be guided by the evidence. It'll be guided by the data. And so we need to continue to provide an ability for the Chief Health Officer to issue legal directions for the coming weeks and months. As I've indicated to the House in my summing up contribution, if we get to a situation where we have very low case numbers or even 0 cases for a number of days, of course that will put us in a very positive position, but we will still, even at that point in time, like other states, WA and others who currently are in that very fortunate position, they still have a number of legal directions in place. And I gave WA as an example, one that has had now 114 days of no locally acquired cases, yet has 18 legal directions to this day, including a requirement to quarantine if you return from overseas, to isolate if you are a positive diagnosed case. So that is why we are seeking to continue this underlying legal framework, and we'll continue to be guided by the public health advice.
Mr. Ondarchi.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, my question that I asked you was a very, very simple one, and you've explained the sequencing. You explained the technicalities of the plan or the roadmap, which we've all understood. It was a very simple question. Why couldn't you have told Victorians what your roadmap was before this bill was introduced to this House?
Well, firstly, I've indicated to the House it's not directly related to the bill, but most importantly, we need to have the legal framework in place, in which to be able to develop that roadmap. Because Mr. Ondarchi, as I pointed out in my summing up before, that if we got to the 13th of September and the state of emergency was not able to continue, what the roadmap would involve would be going from stage 4 to stage 0, a public health anarchy, and basically a system that would rely completely on voluntary compliance. We've got, to this day, 2,519 active cases in Victoria, and each one of those individuals would be able to leave their front door, go down to the local shops and go wherever they please. And we know it can be only one case. Deputy President, that could spark a third wave. And this is why we won't allow that to happen. This is why we want to arm the Chief Health Officer with a legal framework to enable the legal framework to continue for the next 6 months. It doesn't necessarily mean that a state of emergency will need to be declared for the entirety of that period. That will be guided on a 4-week basis by the advice that the Chief Health Officer gives to me. And each time I will be providing advice to the House and to the other House in relation to the basis of which those extensions may occur.
Ms. Crozier.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, last week we were given a draft exposure that was going to extend the state of emergency for a further 12 months to take it to a period of 18 months. Yesterday late afternoon, we got another draft exposure of the bill that's been presented and debated here today that was reduced by 6 months. So could you explain to the House why you reduced it from 18 months to 12 months?
Minister.
Because we are determined to ensure that the Victorian public is protected. You won't even support 6 months. You want 4-week extensions. You want to politicise the process. We want to ensure that the community, that business, have confidence, have certainty, and that is that they will know that we will have the ability to have these underlying protective measures in place for the next 6 months if they are required.
Ms. Crozier.
Your comments are very quite extraordinary. I mean, you've constantly said that we're barracking for the virus, that we're advocating for a third wave, and then you've just come out and said some more outrageous things. I think you should actually understand that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of Victorians who are in lockdown, who cannot see their loved ones, who don't know when their children are going back to school, because you have instilled on all Victorians rules and regulations that are the strictest and the harshest in the Western world. All we want is to understand, all Victorians want is to understand what you have planned. And 1 minute you have an extension of 12 months to take it out to 18 months, and now it's 6 months to 12 months. So I think every Victorian has a right to understand, because they frankly don't trust you. They don't trust you. So could you please provide to the committee what advice the Chief Health Officer gave you for a 12-month extension and then to revert it back to a 6-month extension?
Minister.
Well, I find this interesting coming from a party that isn't prepared to support the bill. You've just voted against You've just voted against the second reading debate. You've just voted against us even debating this bill in the committee stage. So you've already indicated to the Victorian public you don't believe that any health measures should be in place in 2 weeks' time. That's the position.
Ms Crozier on a point of order.
Is continually verballing opposition MPs. She is absolutely outrageous in her commentary. I would ask you to draw her back to these very simple questions and answer the questions that thousands and thousands and thousands of Victorians want to know.
Thank you, Ms Crozier. That's actually a debating point, not a point of order. So I don't uphold the point of order, but the Minister is also debating the answer. I would think that she should just answer. Thank you.
Well, Deputy President, look, the tone of which this committee stage has started is very disappointing. The committee stage, for those members of the community watching in, I want them to be assured that what we usually do is we have a discussion about the technical detail of the legislation and enable some things to get put on the record. And an ability for us to explain what the legislation will actually do, not basically do a recap of the second reading debate that we've had now for many, many hours during the course of the day.
Minister, can we have the answer to the question, please?
So, Deputy President, my preference, the government's preference, would have been to have that additional 12-month period. That was the basis of which the original bill was circulated to members and made available to the community to review through the exposure draft, because the advice was that a vaccine was unlikely to be developed, tested, to be safe, to be effective, and to be able to be manufactured and distributed to our community, to our nation, and made more broadly available. So therefore, there need to be the ability to have those legal protections in place. And as I explained, even in circumstances where we had very few cases or even no cases for a protracted period of time, and that's certainly where we hope to get to, that even in those circumstances, we would need to require positive cases to quarantine, to stay at home. We would need to have measures in place like positive confirmed cases not visiting aged care facilities, Mr Ondaatje, and exposing our most vulnerable people in our community. So these are the types of measures. We, of course, as a government, have always acknowledged the huge sacrifice that Victorians are making. The Premier and I have spoken about this at every media conference. We are grateful for the fact that the vast majority of the community are supportive of these public health measures. We know that the science tells us that we need at least 80 to 90% compliance in order for the case numbers to come down. Clearly, the Victorian public are ignoring your misinformation and are listening to the Chief Health Officer's advice, and that is why case numbers are coming down. So we are grateful to the Victorian public for the enormous effort that they are making. We are absolutely grateful to them, and we know that with the Victorian community all working together, supporting each other, we will defeat this virus.
Ms Crozier.
Well, thank you for your speech, Minister, but you never answered my question. It was around the advice that you had received from the Chief Health Officer in relation to the 12-month extension, then reverting back to the 6-month. So if there is scientific advice or data in relation to the 12-month extension to come back to the 6-month extension, could you please provide it to the committee?
Minister.
Deputy President, I've just covered this issue. I would refer the member to the modelling that I presented publicly at PAYAC just a couple of weeks ago, where I presented modelling that showed that without the current level of restrictions that we have put in place, we would have had 18,500 infections per day. At its peak, 8,200 hospital beds required, 1,700 ICU beds required. So without the current restrictions, that's the modelling, and I made that available to PAYAC, to the public, to have a look at, because we know that without these types of measures in place, that would be the situation we'd be in. our health system would be overrun. This is why we've had the AMA, the ANMF, the AMBO's Union and others, and the Police Association, I should say, in the last couple of days urging all of us to support this legislation because they know how difficult their task would be, their members' task would be in keeping our health system going and ensuring people get the health care that they need. So this is why we need to keep these protections in place to avoid these catastrophic consequences in terms of lost lives, hospitalisations, and even more economic and social pain for our community.
Ms Crozier.
Well, look, Minister, with all due respect, I think every Victorian realises that with the hotel quarantine breaches and the widespread failures in contact tracing that's led to the widespread community transmission, we're in this devastating situation because of the failures of your government. Now, you still haven't answered my question. I'm moving on because you keep talking about we need these measures in place, which nobody is denying. We're not saying that. No, that's actually because of the 6 month. We're talking about the 6 month here. And that's the thing that you don't quite understand because you're not actually listening to Victorians. So you were talking about a vaccine. We may never have a vaccine, Minister. We may never have a vaccine. We haven't got a vaccine for a whole range of other viral issues. So is the government going for an elimination strategy? Are you aiming for an elimination strategy? Because the Chief Health Officer himself said that the other day, that he would like an elimination strategy or words to that effect. So is that the government's aim?
Minister.
So the Premier has addressed this issue many times. The National Cabinet, of which he is a member, has agreed to an aggressive suppression strategy that has been the... Do you want answers? Do you actually want any answers, Ms Crozier, or are we just going to be yelling at me for the rest of the evening? So Deputy President, if Ms Crozier actually would like an answer, if she would like us to actually progress this debate in a civil manner, I'm explaining to her that the National Cabinet, chaired by her Prime Minister, and which Premier Dan Andrews participates in, the agreed strategy is one of aggressive suppression. And we are putting in place measures that are working, that are driving case numbers down. And she's made many claims about what's happening internationally. What I can tell you is I look quite regularly at what is happening internationally, and we are seeing many countries around the world experiencing a second wave at the moment. And are putting in place very similar measures, locking down particular cities, parts of their country, or in fact their entire country, with very restrictive measures, comparable to what we have been doing in Victoria. And you just need to look to New Zealand across the Tasman, that in fact had even more restrictive measures in place. And so what we see is that these measures do work. They do work. The approach that we are taking in Victoria is not unique to Victoria. It is. We know that the public health experts internationally agree that this is the approach. You need to limit social mobility. You need to limit people interacting with each other. This is a highly contagious virus, and the more people interact, the more quickly the virus spreads. And it's even healthy people that are carriers of this virus, may not exhibit any symptoms or very mild symptoms, that are contracting this virus and then passing it on to more vulnerable people in our community. And we've seen young people get ill with COVID-19, being hospitalised with COVID-19, end up in ICU beds, and in fact even have lost their lives. But it is the most vulnerable in our community, particularly those in our aged care facilities, who are put most at risk by this virus being out of control, and this is why it is important that we are able to continue these measures. And can I just say that we would have needed to have extended the state of emergency despite the second wave. We would have needed to have some baseline level of protections, as I've explained. WA has, New Zealand has, In fact, every state and territory across the country, regardless of their case numbers, continue to have states of emergency or equivalent measures in place, declarations in place, and legal directions that that accompany those declarations. So every jurisdiction in Australia is taking this approach, and this is the approach that we need to have as well.
Mr Davis.
Deputy President, my questions for the Minister start on one point, and I want to expand onto a couple of points. The first is the 6-month, 12-month decision and the decision to seek to expand the state of emergency. Does the Minister have legal advice that this was necessary, or legal advice that this was the best way to do these steps?
Of course, the government sought legal advice in relation to its approach in relation to these matters, and I can only predict the next question that the member will ask me. And of course, any legal advice that successive governments have had, including when Mr Davis was a health minister and was in fact the responsible minister for the Public Health and Wellbeing Act, simply received legal advice at that time, and that wasn't publicly released either. Of course, the government seeks advice, seeks legal advice, seeks public health advice in response to its approach. And we will continue to seek advice from experts, whatever their expertise may be.
Mr Davis.
Will the Minister make that legal advice available to the chamber? I just want to hear it in the clear.
The member is well aware from his time as being a Minister of the Crown that legal advice provided to government is not publicly released, and I certainly recall having many debates with Mr Davis when he was Health Minister about the successive documents that he would refuse to release, and it wasn't just legal advice that we're talking about. It was a routine approach that Mr Davis took of putting everything into his man safe.
Mr Davis.
Deputy President, the answer I think is no. The Minister is not going to release that legal advice, but I will ask about that. First, does it talk about the infringement of rights and the opportunities and property rights and freedom of individuals? And if so, would she make those sections available to the chamber, given the SARC report is not available?
Minister.
I refer the member to the statement of compatibility that goes to the issue of the Charter of Human Rights that does provide advice to the House in relation to these issues. And I also draw the member's attention to the various provisions in the Public Health and Wellbeing Act, and I can advise the member that every time that I have received advice in relation to extensions of a declaration of a state of emergency, I have also received advice and considered implications in terms of the Charter of Human Rights and Responsibilities. So that happens as a matter of course, and both the Chief Health Officer and I, as the Minister for Health, are required to take into account the Charter.
Mr Davis.
The answer again is no. And I ask the Minister, in amongst that legal advice and alternative advice, including the Chief Health Officer's advice that has been referred to by Ms Crozier, did the government look at other alternatives rather than a declaration of emergency? See, it would be possible to amend the law and to put in place a framework that would enable certain more restricted options for orders to be made. Not a difficult thing. In fact, we had one draft that had some alternative ways forward on that. So there's no intrinsic reason why it has to be only under a state of emergency. Powers could be given, a specific set of powers, for example, for home isolation, for quarantine, for other matters, to the Chief Health Officer in a more narrow field than with a full-blown state of emergency?
Thank you. Obviously, I'm not going to canvass the details of any legal advice provided to government, but of course the government considered various approaches in relation to how to go forward with these matters. The member, of course, would be aware that currently Victoria is also subject to a state of disaster that has nothing to do with the bill that we have before us. It's not it sits with a different minister. It sits with the Emergency Services Minister, and of course there are different powers that are available to the government through that legislation, but it does not enable Chief Health Officer directions to be issued. And so it is considered that it is the appropriate way forward in terms of providing that continued public health protection to the community, to have this legal framework continue if it is necessary for a further period of 6 months.
There is, again, there were alternative approaches, but you decided, in fact, on a more draconian and more extravagant approach with a state of emergency rather than a more moderate and controlled mechanism. I ask another question that flows from that.
Minister. The member is making particular assertions there, and in fact, if he was to have a look at the state of disaster, the fact that the Charter can be paused, for example. In fact, the Public Health and Wellbeing Act offers considerable checks and balances and safeguards in place
is it a point of order you're raising?
that are not available under the other legislation.
Mr Davis.
I'm not sure that is an argument in favour of the approach the government's adopted. It's just an argument of comparison with an entirely different act, and I don't think that that answers the point. My next point about this is relates to retrospectivity and whether this approach that's been put in here has any retrospective effect. So let me be quite specific here. We are aware of a number of legal cases that are afoot, and I want an assurance from the Minister that the clauses in this that apply to powers for the Chief Health Officer, specifically Clause 6, and I could ask there, but I'm asking in the context of this legal framework, in the Purposes Clause, whether that would affect any legal case that is either lodged or is afoot or relates to an order that has already been put in place by the Chief Health Officer.
Minister.
The bill is not retrospective in nature. Firstly, it's forward-looking. It extends the current powers available under the Public Health and Wellbeing Act for a further period of time. In particular, enables a state of emergency to be declared for in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and it is specific to the current pandemic for a further 6-month period. I'm not aware of any case that may be impacted by this bill, but I point out to the member that the powers set out in the bill of the Chief Health Officer, or in fact myself as Minister for Health, are not changed. They are providing, there's some clarification that's provided in the bill, and the key change relates to the extension of the period of time. So the powers of the Chief Health Officer will continue in the same way, will continue in the same, well, they will continue in the same way. Well, we'll talk about that because you've made all sorts of assertions about that clause, and it relates to appointing authorised officers. So I think there's been, anyway, that's clearly misunderstanding of what that particular clause is about. But as I've explained, this is not retrospective in nature and does not widen the Chief Health Officer's powers. They continue with the checks and balances and the various criteria and the process that is required under the legislation in terms of any declaration that I may make. And we've added additional transparency measures in the legislation as well in regards to my tabling the Chief Health Officer's advice to me in making any such extension of a declaration of a state of emergency.
Mr. Davis.
So the Minister asserts there's no retrospectivity and no change in powers. That is not my reading of it, and I put on record that necessary and reasonably necessary are not the same. Mr O'Donoghue will no doubt have more to say about that, but I think it does weaken the position of any litigant in the future. And my question, I'm assured, as I take it from what the Minister said, that there will be no retrospective component, and that I take to be a positive thing. My next point relates in terms of the legal powers that this sets up for the Chief Health Officer. These, and I think the Minister has said this, but I want to hear it again in the clear, is the Minister able to tell the House whether these powers that the Chief Health Officer would use relate to quarantine?
It's possible that the current legal directions that have been put in place in respect of ensuring that return travellers are required to quarantine would be legal directions that the Chief Health Officer would be keen for them to continue. In a similar way, the legal directions that are in place that relate to the need for a positive confirmed case of COVID-19 to isolate at home, it's very likely that the Chief Health Officer would want those legal directions to continue. But of course, he will make that assessment based on the particular circumstances that's necessary at that time. I think that would be very reasonable to assume that those two directions, at the very least, would need to continue as, I guess, a base level of protection for the community for some time, unless those opposite, don't want to see any traveller being able to enter Victoria again through international flights or a cruise ship, for example, coming to our ports, or international students returning to our universities, then there would need to be these types of measures in place.
We take from that, Deputy President, that isolation arrangements and also quarantine are at least two of the things that these new powers will apply to. And I ask, who will oversee the quarantine arrangements in this?
Well, this is very predictable, but we are now steering into territory that is unrelated to the bill that we have before us. This is about continuing the state of emergency, Mr Davis, you know that very well. And it continues the underlying legal framework that enables legal directions to be issued.
Mr Davis.
Relate, Minister, to private security arrangements inside quarantine.
Mr Davis, you know very well that this has nothing to do with the bill that we have before us. Absolutely nothing to do with the bill before us. If you want to ask questions in relation to these matters, there are other forums for you to do that in the Parliament and direct them to the relevant ministers.
Mr Davis.
The Minister doesn't want to answer that question. Well, it is actually quite relevant. Quarantine orders, as you've indicated, will be made by the Chief Health Officer. They may be for publicly or privately managed quarantine that's under the orders, and you won't tell us whether you will oversee this yourself or someone else will oversee it. But let me ask another question, Minister. In terms of quarantine and the orders applying to quarantine, what have you learned over the recent period that will be applied with these new orders?
Deputy President, this is just treating this whole process as a complete joke. There's a lot of people in the community watching this debate at the moment, and you are treating this as a complete joke. This is about protecting the Victorian community. If you want a grandstand, you had the opportunity to do that in the second reading debate. You'll have an opportunity to do that through other forums in this parliament. But we need to get on with it. We need to focus on the clauses in this bill. This is a bill with 8 clauses. It only runs for a few pages, Deputy President. We've already been covering some ground in relation to Clause 1 in the past hour. I don't think we've covered a lot of significant ground because you're just using this as a totally politicised process rather than actually seeking to ask some important questions that I'm happy to assist you with. But if that's where if you just want to waste time in this way, Mr. Davis, we're not going to get very far.
Mr. Davis.
It's a waste of time.
Well.
Is it really? It's a waste of time.
Next thing you'll be saying we're irrelevant.
You're an absolute disgrace.
Deputy President, if the Minister thinks keeping the community safe is irrelevant, if the Minister thinks that actually questions about how you intend to implement quarantine is irrelevant, let the community see that. Let the community, well, it's entirely relevant. You are going to promulgate quarantine laws under this exact head of power. You botched them last time. You're going to botch them again unless you learn some lessons. You don't want to learn any lessons. You don't want to actually pick up some of the things that you should be learning. But nonetheless, let's move on. Let the community record that the Minister does not understand that the botched quarantine approach has not made the community safer, it's actually made the community less safe, and I'm interested in it being improved. Minister, I'd just like to ask you about the doctor's letter that was released today. And I see from the letter that there's at least 13 senior doctors who have signed it. Obviously, doctors are a varied group in terms of their specialties and knowledge, but all of these doctors are in contact with patients and broad community as well as the health community. And I ask you on this matter, have you read the letter that was released by and I'll read the Wells, Miller, Barre, Grills, Murder, Walter, George, Denton, Edwards, Taylor, Knight, Mattei, Matheson, and I understand that there are many others who support the matters that are raised in this letter. And let me quote, the purpose of this letter is to make you aware that not all medical practitioners, as a letter addressed to the Premier, are in agreement with the Chief Medical Officer and the Victorian Government regarding the most effective way to control this disease, COVID-19. We believe that an alternative medical response is required that reflects what we know about the spread of the virus and those who have died from it. And it goes on at some considerable length. It calls for the release, in common with many other medical groups, for more information from the government. The government has not been as open. It makes some recommendations. It says the state of emergency not be continued past the 13th of September. It says ensure adequate measures testing protection of the vulnerable, especially those in aged care. Clearly communicate to the public medical evidence-based objectives and timelines for proposed future management plans and open disclosure. It goes on, a broader focus should be given to the health and wellbeing of Victorians by utilising relevant available data, and it seeks to review the outcomes of any management decisions and demonstrate a willingness to modify plans as new data and insights become available. I've summarised the letter. If you have not seen it, I'd be happy to provide you with a copy of it and ask you, would you meet with that group?
Minister? Well, I can inform the member that there are plenty of doctors lobbying for the extension of the state of emergency, and I refer you to the President of the Victorian AMA, Julian Raitt, who was quoted on the 27th of August as saying, quote, "I would be supportive of increasing the terms of the emergency powers because I think that they are necessary to make sure that we can continue to keep on top of the virus to maintain the welfare of the Victorian people," end of quote. Similarly, the National AMA President, Tony Bartoni, said on the 25th of August, quote, "The CHO's directions need the framework of the state of emergency," end of quote. So the peak body for doctors, the Doctors' Union thinks that the state of emergency should continue. The Victorian Ambulance Union, Danny Hill from the Victorian Ambulance Union has similarly put on record his very strong support, and the Victorian Ambos Union very strong support for this extension. And I quote from his statement of where he says, quote, "The VAU supports this proposed logical step and will be contacting Victorian members of Parliament, calling on them to support hardworking paramedics and ambulance workers who are on the front line of this pandemic. The stress and pressure that our members are experiencing during COVID-19 cannot be overstated. They face daily risk of exposure and are likely to be heading into hot summer where every day they'll be wearing full PPE if the virus is not contained. Having strong protections in place is an absolute must, and we fully support any legislative change that delivers those protections," end of quote. And also I refer you to the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation. Both Lisa Fitzpatrick, the Secretary of the ANMF, has been very strong in her support for the extension of the state of emergency, and the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Journal of the 25th of August it was quoted as saying, "We want our politicians to let nurses, midwives and aged care, personal care workers know that you have their back by passing the law to provide a framework for a COVID-safe normal once this outbreak is under control and to quickly respond if there are further outbreaks after this wave," end of quote. And finally, the Police Association, Wayne Gatt's been quoted as saying, quote, "Within 13 days to run on this current state of emergency, it is essential that Parliament moves to maintain the framework that provides police and PSOs with the capacity to help Victoria safely come out of lockdown. There can be no adequate plan for a return to some normality if the framework designed to ensure it's done safely and incrementally is removed. This issue is above politics. The safety of our community and our members in this precarious time is too important," end of quote. And I certainly agree with the sentiment there from the Police Association that this issue is above politics.
Rick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I'd like to start with something that I've canvassed many times. The directions that are given by the CHO must be the least restrictive of rights. My question to the Minister is, how does the Minister receive assurance that these measures are actually the least restrictive of rights of all the possible measures that could be taken?
Minister.
Okay, thank you. And I thank Mr Limbrick for his question, because whilst he and I may philosophically disagree on our positions on many issues, and including on this bill today, at least Mr Limbrick asks worthy questions, sensible questions, and he's certainly done that at PAYAC, and he does that here as well. So I thank him for that, because we might actually get to talk about some more substantive things that are relevant to the bill with Mr Limbrick's line of questioning. So just in terms of the question that he's posed, as I've explained to the House, if in declaring a state of emergency or seeking to extend a state of emergency every 4 weeks under the legislation, I'm required to seek advice from the Chief Health Officer. And I can only declare a state of emergency in relation to circumstances causing a serious risk to public health. In formulating the advice that the Chief Health Officer gives to me, he is required to consider the definition contained in the Public Health and Wellbeing Act, which states that a serious risk to public health means a material risk that substantial injury or prejudice to the health of human beings has or may occur. This requires the Chief Health Officer to have regard to the number of persons likely to be affected, the location, immediacy and seriousness of the threat to the health of persons, the nature, scale and effects of the harm, illness or injury that may develop, and the availability and effectiveness of any precaution, safeguard, treatment or other measure to eliminate or reduce the risk to the health of human beings. Now, in developing this advice, there are a number of statutory principles that sit under the Public Health and Wellbeing Act that I'm required to consider and that the Chief Health Officer is required to consider. These include the principle of evidence-based decision-making, the precautionary principle, the principle of primary prevention, the principle of accountability, the principle of proportionality, for example, whether the measures are relative to the public health threat, the burden of the measure and equity of benefit and burden, and the principle of collaboration. So all of these things need to be considered, including also the Charter of Human Rights and Responsibilities of implication on people's human rights, in developing considering what the risk is at that time, considering all these implications and having regard to all of these principles.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her answer. It doesn't quite answer my question, though, because the question is around the least restrictive measure. So it's my understanding that under the Act, the least restrictive measure of all measures that could be taken...
Sorry, Mr Limbrick, as it's 10 o'clock, I need to interrupt business and I call Minister Lean.
Thank you, Deputy President. Pursuant to Standing Order 408, I declare the sitting be extended by 1 hour.
Thank you. We actually have the cleaners coming in for 15 minutes. Do you want to see out this question now or do you want to resume it after the cleaning? Okay, thank you. All right, I'll now leave the chair for 15 minutes and we'll ring the bells to resume. 10:15. Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I believe we were talking about the least restrictive response. So it's my understanding that the measures that are designed by the CHO that form the directions must be the least restrictive measure to address the harm that they're trying to fix. And my question to the Minister again is, how does the Minister obtain assurance that the direction, that the measures that are formed by the CHO that form the directions are actually the least restrictive measures of least restrictive of rights?
Minister. Thank you. I thank Mr Limbrick for his question. I think what's probably sparked this question is Section 111 of the Act, which sets out a number of principles that apply to the management and control of infectious diseases. And one of those, in 111A, is a reference to the spread of an infectious disease should be prevented or minimised with a minimum restriction on the rights of any person. The advice that I've received is that particular section is part of a different part of the Act that does not relate to a state of emergency declaration. But of course, I would refer the member to my earlier answer in terms of the other broad principles that apply throughout the Act, which is set much earlier in the legislation, and also, of course, to the consideration that both I and the Chief Health Officer would give to the Charter of Human Rights. So, of course, in considering the Charter, then, of course, you would seek to balance up the competing interests of protecting public health and making sure that the rights and liberties of individual Victorians would not be unnecessarily impeded.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her answer. So on the other principles, so the principle of proportionality, which is another principle that you mentioned. Now, in order to figure out if a response to a situation is proportionate, one must, to my mind, determine what the harms are that would be caused by that action and weigh those up against the possible benefits caused by that action. So can the Minister please provide how is the principle of proportionality assured, or how are you assured of the principle of proportionality that the harms from these responses, and I'm talking harms over the long term, not just the short term, I acknowledge that the short term harms, but there's also long term harms, that they are proportionate to the problem that's trying to be addressed?
Minister.
Thank you for that further question. When I was referring to these issues just before the break, I referred to the definition, and it's contained in Section 3 of the Act, of serious risks to public health, and it does set out there the definition that which is the test that the Chief Health Officer needs to consider this, and that is a material risk that substantial injury or prejudice to the health of human beings has or may occur, having regard to, there's a list there of a number of things he needs to have regard to, the number of persons likely to be affected, the location, immediacy and seriousness of the threat to the health of persons, the nature, scale and effects of the harm, illness or injury that may develop, and also the availability and effectiveness of any precaution, safeguard, treatment or other measure to eliminate or reduce the risk to the health of human beings. So, taking that last bit first, in an environment where we have no vaccine to prevent this virus, we have, at this point, limited treatment still being evolved, of course, both the potential vaccine and treatments being evolved. It is all of these things that need to be considered together in terms of the potential impact. It's very well known, of course, there's been lots of discussion around how contagious this virus is, its mortality rate, its impact particularly, potentially catastrophic impact on the most vulnerable in our community. So all of these things need to be considered as part of that test, and all of those other principles need to be considered, as well as the Charter, in formulating the advice that I receive.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her answer. So, with regards to proportionality, I know that many of these decisions, there's lots of talk around whether it's a medical advice, but some of these things that are being considered and the decisions being made are not really medical decisions at all. And I can give you an example of this. The closing of schools. Okay, so the justification for the closing of schools was not to protect children and staff. This has been confirmed by me and PAYAC. It is to reduce overall community activity, which is presumed to increase the spread of coronavirus. So we have a situation where these harms are being put upon children, upon all children that go to school through closing these schools, and they need to be balanced in proportion, to my mind, in the principle of proportionality, to the benefits that may be achieved by reducing overall community activity. These are, I've discussed this before at PAYAC, but this is a deeply moral question that's happening here. This is not just a medical question. How do you balance proportionality in this sort of instance?
Okay, Minister.
Thank you for that further question. So the principle of proportionality, as I explained earlier, is one of the statutory principles that needs to be considered under the Act. It would go to things, for example, such as the measures relative to the public health threat, the burden of the measure, and also the equity of the benefit and that burden. In speaking to these issues in the past, I know that Professor Sutton has explained that in relation to schools, for example, that the issue of mobility, the cumulative effect of having so many parents, staff, students all congregating together at the school gate in the school did create additional risk, and we need to obviously consider the cumulative impact of any particular activity. So it's not necessarily able to assess one particular activity in isolation to look at the likelihood of transmission in a particular activity, but even a high-risk activity, but to look at the cumulative risk. So I know Professor Sutton has spoken about these matters when he appeared at PAYAC back on the 12th of May. I have an extract of the quote that he gave in relation to these issues, where he's confirmed that that we do need to understand there's a cumulative risk. And I quote, what we do understand is that there is a cumulative risk by virtue of all of those activities carrying on as usual, and that we need to try and reduce that effective reproduction number down below 1 by bundling a number of restrictions together in order to give us an assurance that for any one infected individual, their likelihood of passing it on to even one other person is lower, end of quote. So obviously these are issues that are assessed considering all of these principles, the tests that I explained, and the Charter implications.
Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Okay, so I understand that the overall activity and the individual activities are not able to be modelled, and therefore they're not relying on an evidence basis, is my understanding. They're relying on the precautionary principle in this particular case when you're trying to look at individual activities. But that's only looking at the benefits of the measure. In order for something to be proportionate and take into account the burdens of the measure, you need to understand the costs of that as well. And when I'm talking about the costs, for example, in the example that I gave of children's schools being closed, the costs could be generation-wide psychological damage to children in this state. How are you measuring the benefits of these measures against the costs? I mean, this is at the core of the principle of proportionality, the burden versus the benefit, and especially when the benefit is not able to be scientifically modelled and is based on the precautionary principle.
Minister.
Thank you. I'm not sure what additional information I can add to the answers I've already given to the member, because we've kind of covered this issue already. But in the advice that the Chief Health Officer considers, his remit, his focus is on public health. That's what he's required to consider under the Public Health and Wellbeing Act. Obviously, he's mindful of the broader consequences on society, on the economy, but his focus under the legislation is to consider the public health risks, the costs, the benefits, the burden, as you put it. All of these things need to be considered, but with a clear focus on public health.
Mr. Lim.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her answer. Okay, so in order to consider the burdens and consider the benefits, one must either have evidence, scientific evidence, or some sort of modelling of the burdens and the evidence. Is there any modelling, for example, in the case of schools, in this specific example, of psychological damage to children? I mean, this is a long-term harm that could be caused by these actions. Surely this must be weighed up against the benefits of the action in order to prove that it's proportionate. Like, has that modelling been done for this, not just for this particular measure, I'm talking about for all measures, I'm talking about the process by which you seek assurance. I mean, to my mind, if I was presented with a measure, I would want to know what are the costs of this measure in terms of harms to people and burdens, what are the benefits, and how can I be assured that over the long term that these benefits outweigh the harms? This is something that I've questioned repeatedly about in other opportunities I've had to do this, and I haven't been satisfied that the harms are very well understood. How do you seek assurance on this?
Minister.
Well, I'm not aware, firstly, of any modelling in relation to the specific question the member has posed. But the Chief Health Officer receives many inputs and data which he considers in making formulating his advice to me. We know that reducing mobility, reducing transmission is saving lives. It's absolutely, Mr. Limbrick, and I'm astounded that you think that that's something that's a subject of debate. But look, I refer you again to the modelling that I referred members earlier to modelling that you would have seen as a member of PAYAC a couple of weeks ago, which modelled what could have happened. Yes, and of course it needs to. It's looking at an assessment of the data at that time, at looking at what may have happened. And it did show that without the current restrictions in place, we may have had 18,500 infections per day at its peak. 8,200 hospital beds required at its peak. 1,700 ICU beds required at its peak. So that's catastrophic in terms of impact on hospitalisations, on impact on our health system, impact on our healthcare workers who would wear the consequences of that in terms of transmission to them, and obviously impact on lives lost and livelihoods as well, because all of these people, of course, are workers, run businesses, are parents, and are participants in our society as well as our economy.
Deputy President, I thank the Minister for her answer. Yes, I agree there are possible harms from the disease, but there's also possible harms from the actions that the government has taken to address the disease, and there's methods of quantifying those harms, such as quality-adjusted life years. So if you say, all right, well, we have this amount of harm caused to children and this amount of harm caused to other people by the disease, and balancing these other things, I don't understand how the government can claim that they're saving lives when they don't know the harms from their actions that they're taking. For example, the actions on children. I mean, I don't understand how you can claim that you're saving lives, because there is harms to people's lives by causing these psychological damage. Everyone knows that there's impacts on lifespan through these sort of things, and you have to weigh that up against the savings in lifespan that you get through addressing the disease. How can you know that you're saving lives, as the government keeps claiming, we're saving lives, we're saving lives? How can you know that for certain without modelling the harms?
Minister?
The Chief Health Officer's role is to consider the public health implications, and he's required, as I've explained, to consider a range of principles, including proportionality, as well as the Charter. His role is not to do a cost-benefit economic analysis. That is something, obviously, that the government would consider. There would be other departments that would consider implications and feed into the implementation processes around these issues. But ultimately, this is about saving lives. We are mindful of the challenging situation that the community is in, how challenging it is for children, for example, to be learning at home, the implications for them, the implications for parents, how difficult it is. And of course, we would like to be able to revert back to on-site learning as soon as it is safe for that to occur. And I hope that will be able to occur in coming weeks. But of course, the timing of that will be based on the advice that we receive from the Chief Health Officer as to when it is safe to do so. These are all very complex, challenging issues, Mr. Limbrick. We are, of course, in an unprecedented set of circumstances where there is no rule book. We've not had to deal with these difficult decisions in any of our lifetimes. Certainly, the globe has not faced a threat like this for 100 or so years. So these are it's a very, very wicked problem. It's a challenging one, and no doubt there will be criticism from various quarters about any particular measure that the government might announce based on the advice. But as the Premier has made it very clear from the outset, this is not a popularity contest. We know that this is difficult for the community. We know that people are making sacrifices. We know how heartbreaking it is for many people in terms of the restrictions that have been put in place, how tired people are. We've acknowledged that many, many times, and I acknowledge that again tonight. But ultimately, we've seen the toll overseas where these restrictions were not put in place or were not put in place quickly enough. And then we have seen the absolute devastation in terms of lives lost, economies that have suffered, and health systems that have reached breaking point. And that is why we have always sought to respond nimbly, flexibly, and in accordance with the advice that we've received.
Mr. Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her answer. So on the issue of the advice and these directions, we spoke a bit about the ways in which these directions can be formulated. So they can be formulated through evidence-based directions, or they can be formulated through using the precautionary principle where it's not necessary to rely on a complete scientific picture. What proportion of these directions rely on the precautionary principle rather than evidence base?
Minister.
Well, I think it's impossible to give the member a quantum as to the different weighting accorded by the Chief Health Officer against each of those principles. As I explained earlier, there's a test in the Act of a serious risk to public health. That is a key test. Then there are a number of guiding principles that the Chief Health Officer has to have regard to, and myself, and then we both have to have regard to the Charter. So it's about considering all of these measures, all of these principles, all of these obligations under the criteria in the legislation in formulating that advice and ultimately me making that decision.
Mr Lim.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank the Minister for her answer. Will the evidence or the fact that it's using the precautionary principle for the directions going forward be reported as part of this monthly reporting that's ongoing, and also any modelling that feeds into that on the benefits of the proposed measure and the possible harms from the proposed measure? Because I think this is something that's really been lacking from the communication from the government, and I'm curious as to whether it will actually form part of this ongoing monthly reporting.
Minister.
Thank you. Well, firstly, can I just say that the fact that we've gone from earlier in the first wave, earlier restrictions and easing of restrictions, and then imposition of more onerous restrictions as the case numbers have gone up and down, does indicate that the Chief Health Officer has considered proportionality as well as all of these other guiding principles in formulating his advice to government, and that of course has reflected the risk that he has considered at those relevant points in time. As I have explained in summing up, the bill does add additional transparency measures. We've been providing a summary of the Chief Health Officer's advice in those reports that have been tabled in the Parliament. Now we'll be providing the advice in full that I receive. It's quite extensive, that advice, and that will be available to members as well as to the broader community once it's tabled for people to consider. So that will occur every time if we have an extension of the declaration of emergency in accordance with the provisions of the bill. And in addition to that, I also committed during my summing up comments that I will offer a briefing myself and the Chief Health Officer to interested members of Parliament around that particular advice once that tabling occurs. So that there are additional transparency measures and may assist members to understand the considerations that have been weighed up in formulating the response to the particular risk at that point in time.
Sorry, Ms Limbrick, have you finished your line of questioning? Yeah, so, okay, now this is an explanation we need to make to the House. We thought that we were going to not move Mr Davis's amendments and to park this clause and come back to them. It's now been established that we won't be able to proceed with that strategy. So I'd invite Mr Davis to move his amendments 1 to 3 standing in his name.
No, we're still on clause 1.
We're just moving the amendments so people know what they are, because they may want to refer to them in their contribution.
So Deputy President, with the indulgence of the committee, I might step through all of the amendments in the context, and then people would see them in full context. I did do this at some length during the second reading speech, but we did not at that time have a completed set in response to the new bill that was presented to the chamber today. Let me just step through these points. Clause 1 seeks fundamentally to change the extension period and to put requirements on it. And it lays out that it will be a month-to-month basis, not a 6-month extension. It's actually very straightforward. Later clause makes it clear that that must be done by the Houses of Parliament, both houses. That is clause 5. Clause 1 also makes mention of transparency, and there's a number of measures, and that's one of the challenges of this set of amendments, is it points to a head of power in the clause, but then has specific measures, some of which are different to others, obviously, in other sections. It also makes the point that we need to make it clear that directions can't be made in relation to the parliamentary precinct. If you look at Clause 5, you will see that what it does is makes the matter about the Houses of Parliament quite clear that it must be the Houses of Parliament approving increases in or extensions of the state of emergency, and it must specify the additional period not exceeding a month. It could be 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something, but it can't exceed a month under these amendments. It must only relate, and I should say in Clause 1 too, that it's specific to the COVID-19 pandemic. It's not a general increase across any other area. It's just simply related to COVID-19, so this is quite specific. In Clause 5, it also sets up a set of arrangements that requires the tabling of a statement. And to some extent, the government has sought to replicate this point in its bill, but it's not quite the same, and I'll just read it so that people see. Should not be moved until this is the extension of the state of emergency. Should not be moved until a statement on the basis of which is provided that the declaration continue in force and the objectives continuing the declaration in force, including as to how these objectives relate to the objects of the Act, has been laid before the House. And picking up Mr Limbrick's points earlier on, we are concerned about the objects of the Public Health and Wellbeing Act and the fact that in effect they're being flaunted by the government, they're not being adhered to. There's not being a serious attempt to grapple with the issues of proportionality. There is an overuse, as Mr Limbrick has eloquently pointed out, of the precautionary approach. All of these matters are serious points that we would make. We also note that at that time, all members of Parliament who so request have received appropriate briefings and appropriate information on the circumstances causing a serious risk to public health out of which the state of emergency arises. Frankly, these states of emergency have been declared. The Minister provides a summary document to the Chamber to date. She seeks to do a little bit more now, and I acknowledge it's a little bit more, but it does not provide the opportunity for MPs to interrogate either the Chief Health Officer or others to seek information and briefings that would provide a much better basis for the decision to be made by the Houses of Parliament, and hence monthly extensions, both Houses, with informed members of Parliament is what we've sought to do. And it makes it clear at D that that can occur more than once. We also at 3 in Clause 5, point 3 in Clause 5, introduce a new concept into the Public Health and Wellbeing Act. In this Act, the subordinate legislation approach and the rights that come under that subordinate legislation for the Houses are suppressed. We seek to remove that suppression in part. We accept that given the need to make quick decisions on certain occasions, that consultation on a broad front may not be possible. We also accept that a RIS may not be possible. So we don't introduce those concepts from subordinate legislation, but what we do is say that disallowance could occur. So let's understand what we're talking about here. A declaration has been made, and under that, a number of orders are made by the Chief Health Officer. Maybe legitimate orders, but sometimes they may not be legitimate. And it would be the view of the opposition that some of those, and this is a sparing power in my experience in Parliament, I think I've seen one disallowance in more than 2 decades. So they're quite a rare disallowance under the Subordinate Legislation Act. So they're quite a rare use of the instrument, but the existence of these is a signal to bureaucrats, and in this case senior health officers, that in fact they need to think carefully because one chamber may disallow a regulation. And we've seen through this period missteps by the Chief Health Officer, blunders, whatever you want to call them, and some of them verging on the wacky. So there are occasions when orders are made which are wrong, and that is Parliament's job to correct those on occasions. And this, in a sense, a public health order is no different in essence It may deal with different matters, but in essence, it's a subordinate approach, a regulation, if you will. Clause 6 seeks to lay out a number of transparency measures during a state of emergency. So this applies to all in future, not just these matters that we're dealing with now with the extension with this, but this actually sharpens the measures to enhance transparency during a state of emergency. During any period when a declaration of state of emergency is enforced, the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of any other political party represented in the Parliament, or an independent elected member may request the Premier provide briefings or specified information in relation to the circumstances causing a risk to public health out of which the state of emergency arises, or any other matter relating to the state of emergency. And clause 3, the Premier must, as soon as practicable, provide the requested briefings or information to the person who requested it. And this is an important point. We have struggled to get information, and the Minister may want to comment on this at some point, but we've sought the briefings that the Ministers had access to. We've sought the briefings that have been provided to the Chief Health Officer. They have not been provided to the Parliament. These seem to be baseline documents that set out the reasons for an order and the way in which an order is to be carried out and the expected consequences to the extent that they're analysed. And I accept Mr Limbrick's point that the analysis is not sufficient, but I'd like to see what is there. What is there now? On which basis did the Chief Health Officer make the order to ban farmers' markets Friday a week ago? And then on what basis did he reverse that order 35 minutes later? I mean, what was the basis of those decisions? How did the science change in that time? The proportionality aspects of the Act, how were they weighed apparently differently 35 minutes later? So that is a wacky decision. It was a wacky decision at 8:31 actually was the exact time. 8:31 wacky decision. And if that decision had stood, the Parliament would have been entitled to come back the next week and disallow that. So that is the sort of point that we're making very, very clearly. The other point that is made at 4 is that the President, and I would prevail on his good offices on this, and the Speaker would make best endeavours to summon the Houses at least once a month whilst the matters were enforced. Now, we've made that a very moderate requirement because, in fact, we accept there might be a terrorism threat, and it might not be that not that easy to conclude in that consequence. But it is a clear instruction of the intent of the Chamber and the Parliament to both the President and the Speaker. Number 7, Amendment 7, seeks to limit the powers on directions, and it makes it clear that for the avoidance of doubt, a direction must not be given under subsection 201D in relation to attendance of Parliament precincts of a Member of Parliament or other person engaged in the normal carrying on business. And there's a note there about section 19 of the Constitution Act. This goes back to 1689, it's incorporated from 1856 and right through to our 1975 Constitution. The powers of and the rights of MPs to discharge their duties to their constituents by attending Parliament and not be interfered with. Effectively, the Chief Health Officer did give directions, not so named, but powerful force of those directions which were designed to prevent certain MPs attending Parliament, arguably in breach of the Constitution. But if he were to, we want to make it quite clear. We want to make it quite clear that that's not acceptable. Going forward, the directions to be laid before Parliament, and as I said earlier, the opposition is firmly of the view that the directions that are provided to the Chief Health Officer should be made available to the Parliament within 24 hours, and the relevant documents behind them, the briefings provided in respect of that direction, and importantly, a statement on the basis of which that direction was given, including as to how giving the direction relates to the objects of the Act. Again, we go back to Mr Limbrick's points that have been eloquently made about, yes, I know, about being made about I'm trying to assist the House with wrapping them all up in one sweep rather than doing them in bits and pieces. And the point is, as Mr Limbrick has well made, that those things need to be examined in the context of the objects of the Act. And we've never seen a statement of that nature from the Chief Health Officer. He must do it, and if he doesn't do it, that's a problem. If he does do it, the Chamber should be able to see it, given the restriction of liberty and the impacts on businesses, the impacts on families, the impacts on a whole range of aspects that have been discussed in the Chamber just earlier, which I don't need to revisit. But that is the nature of those. It is the fact that the sequence of those, because there's changes to the objects in the main Act from these, that touches the activities of all of the different amendments. So in a sense they test them, but we may well test some of these separately later as well, as we're entitled to do.
Thank you, Mr Davis. Are there any other comments on Mr Davis's amendments?
Well, and there's also...
Sorry? Minister?
Thank you. Look, I might address Mr Davis's amendments as a job lot as well, given that he's spoken about them. Yes, he's spoken about them as a group, and I do think I welcome that, and I think it is more efficient for us to consider them as a group. Look, can I indicate firstly to the House that the government will be opposing Mr Davis's amendments. The reference that he's made to blunders, wacky decisions, concerns me greatly, and we've seen this language used before by other members of the opposition, and to have a former health minister use that language in reference to the Chief Health Officer is very concerning. Is very concerning. Because I don't recall when we were in opposition that people would be seeking to attack a statutory office holder in the Chief Health Officer. The point that I think is important to stress here in that opposing the month-by-month process that the opposition is seeking to insert into the legislation, that effectively what the Liberal Party would like is to turn this into a politicised process. At the moment, that I, as the Health Minister, receive advice from the Chief Health Officer...
Order, Minister. Sorry, I need to interrupt businesses. It's 11 o'clock and I call you.
Thank you, Deputy President. Pursuant to Standing Order 4.08, I declare the sitting be extended for one further hour.
Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. As I was saying, look, my concern here is that this would seek to politicise the process. This is not a political process. Mr Davis, in his contribution, referred to decisions by the House of the Parliament every month, and that's taking us into really dangerous territory. He talked about disallowing directions. So if members of Parliament personally don't like any particular direction, they don't like mandatory masks, or they might not like COVID-safe plans on particular industries, then somehow that all becomes part of a politicised process here, that people can vote for what they like and what they don't like, and that the public health advice gets thrown out the window, because essentially that is what Mr Davis would be proposing. He'd be seeking to make it all a politicised process. What I would say to the member is that the directions that he's referred to in his amendment, that they are gazetted, they're published on the website, usually before they've come into force. They're up on the DHHS website and available to the community. And in the report that I provide to the House, there is always a list there of the directions and a summary of what the directions actually do. So all of that is provided already to the House, but I do think it is very, very dangerous territory for members of Parliament to then seek to engage in political horse trading, engage in them making the public health directions that will impact on our state, rather than it be evidence-based, based on the science, based on the data, based on the expert advice. So I would point out to the member that we are inserting additional transparency measures in the bill that's before us that I've committed. The bill will enable the full show advice to be tabled as part of that report, and I've also committed to providing those briefings by myself and the Chief Health Officer to interested members of Parliament. I've never, in my 21 years, I've never ever seen anyone come here with an amendment that would enable the Leader of the Opposition to summons, to request the Premier to organise a briefing. Like, seriously, like it's pretty preposterous. It's just, and it's pretty preposterous because not only does it require anyone to seek such a briefing, but then they then make their own decision as to the adequacy of that briefing. So somehow the Leader of the Opposition can then make an assessment as to whether he's satisfied with that briefing. Like, I mean, seriously, like that's just absolutely an absolute joke. Treating this serious situation with absolute contempt, just trying to turn this into a political circus, and that's really, really disappointing. That's really disappointing. Can I just say also that a lot of claims were made about lack of briefings, etc. I referred to all the briefings, the regular advice that were that I referred to in my summing up contribution, and members claiming they didn't receive emails and didn't receive any information. Well, I've covered all of that, and I don't intend to go over that ground again. But people need to read their emails. Perhaps that seems to be the problem there. In terms of the Parliament sitting and the amendment that Mr Davis has proposed there, can I be really clear here? The advice that the Chief Health Officer gave was not about preventing the Parliament from sitting. He provided advice to us that was sought by the presiding officers to ensure that this was a safe workplace, both for the staff that work here, as well as members and their own individual staff. And I've alluded to this before in that I've said that obviously he felt reluctant to issue a direction because of the importance of the Parliament and the need for the Parliament to be able to do its work on constitutional grounds, on legislative grounds. We need to have an appropriation, we need to have a budget, we need to have various acts that will sunset, be able to be considered by this House and by the Parliament as a whole. That is advice that was provided. It was disappointing that some members chose to ignore that advice. But my expectation is, and I cannot predict, of course, what the Chief Health Officer's advice will be, but my expectation is, given that we are meeting now in stage 4 restrictions in Melbourne, we've been able to do so with additional protections and safeguards in place. I would imagine once the government announces its roadmap on Sunday, once we start to see the further easing of restrictions as time goes on and we see further case numbers coming down, it will be a safer environment for all of us and the staff who work here. And I would anticipate that the sitting schedule might revert back to, I guess, a more normal schedule, but I can't make predictions about that because, of course, it's got to be based on the public health advice. And it may well be the case that the two chambers might need to continue to sit separately to make sure that we minimise the number of people in the building at any one point in time. So I don't think that particular amendment's necessary in relation to that because we cannot predict what might occur in terms of this pandemic. We can't predict what might happen in relation to any public health emergency. Now, Mr Davis said in his remarks that perhaps a terrorist incident might justify the Parliament not sitting. Well, why is that example worthy then of the Parliament not sitting and a virus that could cause a member of Parliament or a staff member working here to be hospitalised or to die somehow is not as significant. We've seen anthrax scares, we've seen other public health risks in public buildings in the past. It's interesting that the member seeks to just make this about this particular pandemic. So for those reasons, Deputy President, the government proposes to oppose the entirety of the amendments being moved by Mr Davis.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on Mr Davis's amendment?
We can talk
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but I've got a list of who was talking on the clause, so I'm just as we're just dealing with the amendment right now. Is it directly related to Mr Davis's amendment? Because there is a list of people that I've been putting in order that people said they were going to speak. Okay, Dr.
Thank you, Deputy President. Been a couple of hours, but pleased that I'm able to get up and make a contribution to the amendment. And my first one is in reference to Minister Mikakos's contribution to the amendment. And again, so I'm actually going to table this because I've pretty much had enough of this conversation all day about how we have been briefed. So this is pretty much showing that I received an email on the Tuesday the 25th of August at 10:51, and it just says, "Hi, I'm resending this as below as it seems to have been some issues. Note the email below for explanations of what is attached." And just to say that obviously on the 24th of August at 3 p.m, we had a briefing with the Minister's advisors and members of the DHHS, but the bill was not in hand for that briefing, and the advisors read from a sheet, and they told us just to keep the questions short. If it was such important, surely it deserved a briefing from the Minister herself, and we were lucky because after we put some pressure on, we did get the Minister to actually call us up. And the bill was actually sent to us on the 30th of August, the new bill was sent. And these new amendments with several changes. So I'm not, yeah, and I've got it here, and I'm going to table mine. So, Minister, I'm the end of this argument today about who and what time and did I get my email and yada yada. It's here now, and I'm going to table that because it's clear with my written notes. Yeah, no, okay, well, it's got my name on it? Yes, it has. And then, okay, but here. No, I'm not going to, but okay. I'm making mine available, and you know what, there is IT, and they can check it, so which one of us, you know, well, whatever. I'm fine. So, with Mr Davis' amendments, why not? Why can't members of Parliament request to see the Premier during a pandemic? I'm fairly sure that the community would like that to occur. As well as part of my contribution today, so what Minister, what is the guarantee, is there that the parliamentary oversight will occur during the next 6 months if the extension goes ahead? Because over the last 6 months, we haven't had that. It's a simple question, as well as the simple questions that were raised tonight around what is the rationale around your rule-making? The community would like to know, what is the rationale around your rule-making? Now, I know we're speaking about the amendment, and the amendment goes into detail because the community wants transparency, they want accountability. So I support Mr Davis' amendment tonight for the very reason that my community wants accountability, transparency, and those amendments go to the heart of that.
Thank you. Mr Limbrick.
Thank you, Deputy President. I commend the opposition for bringing forward these amendments. I don't accept the idea, or let's just say I'm dubious about the idea that there hasn't been any politicisation of decisions already. I can refer to some of the things such as I think they called it the bonk ban, the intimate partners not visiting each other. There's been a number of decisions where there's been such community outrage that they've had to change these decisions, and I would prefer that there is a mechanism through which Parliament could at least address these things rather than have the community beg for mercy from the government. So I would prefer that. So I will support the opposition's amendments. However, even if in the event that they do pass, I will still oppose the overall bill.
Mr Rich Phillips.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, I actually wanted to go back to the matters that Mr Limbrick was raising earlier with the Minister in relation to the principles set out in the Act, particularly around the issue of proportionality. The Minister, in her response to Mr Limbrick, spoke about the factors that the show is required to consider in the making of directions, and the Minister read those from the Act. But I'd like to take a step back to the Minister's own obligations in respect to proportionality and the Minister's own decision-making process, because before we get to a step where the CHO makes a direction, the Minister must first declare a state of emergency. And declaring the state of emergency under section 199 or 200 or whatever it is, that part of the bill, the Minister is obliged to have regard to the principle of proportionality, which applies across the whole Act, all functions and features of the Act. The Minister said it's the CHO's role to look at those health aspects, and she went through those in some detail. She said it's the government's responsibility to look at the other things, such as the economic impacts. So I'd like to ask, firstly, earlier the Minister said the government has relied on the CHO's advice. What other sources of advice has the government accessed in considering the decisions which have been made in relation to declaring states of emergency and the subsequent directions that fall under them? Obviously, these decisions have had impact on mental health, decisions have had economic impacts, impacts on employment, impacts on general well-being. So, other than the medical advice from the CHO, what other advice has the government accessed?
Minister. Okay, well, I thought we were still dealing with Mr Davis's amendments, but clearly we've moved back to just general questions. So as I explained previously, in considering in the Chief Health Officer formulating his advice to me and me then considering that advice and making a decision, that there are also a number of guiding principles that are set out in the Public Health and Wellbeing Act, and I refer you specifically to the principles contained in sections 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 that relate to principle of evidence-based decision-making, precautionary principle, principle of primacy of prevention, principle of accountability, principle of proportionality, principle of collaboration. And I outlined that all of those principles apply to both of us, and also we need to give consideration to the Charter. So they are the criteria, they are the things that are considered, in exercising the powers under this legislation in declaring a state of emergency. The Chief Health Officer has made it clear in, talking about these issues at PAYAC and in other forums, that it's not his role to consider other consequences, economic consequences. It is the Chief Health Officer's focus on the public health implications. And I also refer, because it's interesting the members asked me about my consideration and decision making, but I also refer him to Section 4 of the Act, which hasn't received any attention so far, because it refers to the objectives of the legislation, and it actually explicitly says that the Parliament, not the Minister, the Parliament recognises that the state has a significant role in promoting and protecting the public health and wellbeing of persons in Victoria. It goes on to talk about public health interventions are one of the ways in which the public health and wellbeing can be improved and inequalities reduced, and goes on to say where appropriate the state has a role in assisting in responses to public health concerns of national and international significance. So I think it's timely to remind members that passing this legislation, it was explicitly recognised by the Parliament that the Parliament also recognised all of these key objectives that should be considered, and I ask members to consider these overall objectives in their approach to this whole debate. Is that there is an appropriate role here for the state to promote and protect the public health and wellbeing of persons in Victoria. That's what the remit of this legislation is. The government may have regard to other matters in terms of implementation. Obviously, we are mindful of things, for example, of supply chains, making sure that supermarkets can continue to receive the supplies that they need, and work has been done with the public health team, working together with specific sectors to make sure that they are able to operate in a safe environment. So, for example, that's involved things like making sure that staff can operate in a bubble, so to speak, in terms of shifts, and making sure that shifts don't overlap. There's considerable work that's happening as we speak with the Commonwealth Government in relation to the aged care sector, making sure that we minimise the movement of staff across different facilities, because we know that's what leads to one case being transmitted from one facility to the other. So these are considerations in terms of implementation, but they are not matters that the Chief Health Officer is required to consider. And I've made that very clear.
Mr. Richard.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. It's interesting you quoted selectively from Section 4 of the Act, because if you had read the rest of Section 4 of the Act, you would see that it says it is the intention of Parliament that in administration of this Act and in seeking to achieve the objectives of this Act, regard should be given to the guiding principles set out in Sections 5 to 11A. And of course, one of those principles is proportionality. So it was the Parliament's intention that this Act and these provisions be applied having regard to proportionality. My question went to, you made the point in your answer then, as you had made earlier, that it's not the Chief Health Officer's role to look at external factors, and you have made the point that it's the government's role. And my question went to, who did the government consult? What advice did the government obtain in relation to those other impacts? In your answer you gave just then, you referred to supply chain, so I'll take that as the example. On the 2nd of August, I think it was, when the Stage 4 business closures were announced, and I think they took effect 2 or 3 days later, the middle of that week, who did the government consult with respect to the supply chain impacts before those directions were promulgated and came into effect in the middle of the week? And I asked that specific question following on from your answer, because within 48 hours of those restrictions being put in place, we had the major retailers in this state, the major supermarkets in this state, Sorry, Deputy President, I'm just waiting for the...
Sorry, if we could just have a bit of quiet. Mr Rich-Phillips to continue.
So, Minister, within 2 days of those restrictions coming into place, we had the major food retailers in Victoria raising concerns about supply chain, that the impact of the restrictions would lead to food shortages, major food shortages in the supermarkets because supply chain considerations had not been taken into account. So, given you use supply chain as the example, what advice did the government seek? Who did it seek advice from in understanding what impact those restrictions were going to have on supply chains?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I do think we are really straying away here from the statement. Well, this bill is primarily focused on the extension of the declaration of a state of emergency. There are obviously relevant departments, relevant ministers who are engaging with industry on the implementation of certain restrictions. And as I explained to Mr Limbrick, this is an unprecedented set of circumstances here where there's no rule book, and it is appropriate that there is some fine-tuning that has happened along the way to be cognisant of the implications on industry, making sure that important issues like food supply chains, for example, are able to be secured. But that is not the role of the Chief Health Officer. The Chief Health Officer has been very clear about what his role is. That's what we're dealing with here. And the member is now seeking to broaden the conversation to other issues around implementation.
Mr.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I pick up the Minister's answer. She says there's no rule book. There is a rule book. It's this Act. The Public Health and Wellbeing Act sets down the rules, and one of the rules in imposing, written by Daniel Andrews, very good point, Mr O'Donoghue, one of the rules is that imposing the restrictions like you have imposed over the last 6 months, you must have regard to proportionality. You must balance the impact of your restrictions with the downside impacts that Mr Limbrick spoke about. Now, we know the impact of the restrictions to date because data has been released. One of the impacts of the restrictions to date has been the loss of more than 150,000 jobs in Victoria. So how did you assess, looking at proportionality as you are obliged to do under Section 9, how did you balance the loss of those assess the loss of those 150,000 jobs against the public health impact of COVID? What was the consideration that went into balancing that outcome as you are required to do in relation to proportionality under Section 9?
Minister.
Well, I think I've come out and I think I've already addressed these issues around proportionality and the various guiding principles in some considerable detail with Mr Limbrick previously. I think we're covering the same ground. It's very clear, it's always been very clear that the Liberal Party doesn't support the restrictions. You'd like them all removed. You wanted them all removed some time ago. Your position in this legislation tonight would see them all removed in 2 weeks' time, endangering the community, sparking a third wave. So I think that is reckless. I've been very clear about the role of the Chief Health Officer. It's very specific in terms of the principles and the considerations that he's required to undertake. And that's been very clear in the summary of the reasons that I've tabled in this House time and time again, going to the health risks. That's his remit, that's what he's required to do.
Mr Richfield.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, firstly, Deputy President, the proposition from Mr Davis is not that there be no capacity for a state of emergency and the restrictions. The proposition from Mr Davis that we're about to deal with shortly is an amendment that would allow the state of emergency to be declared on a month-by-month basis with Parliament, with the approval of both Houses of Parliament. So the proposition is not for no capacity for state of emergency. Mr Davis's proposition is for a month-by-month framework. On the issue of On the issue of the application of the Act, the Minister keeps repeating that the Chief Health Officer's concern is health considerations. Yes, it is, but the government's concern must be broader. Over the last 6 months, we've seen already more than 150,000 jobs in this state destroyed by the actions of this government, by the restrictions it has put in place. The government...
Order, can we have a bit of quiet in the chamber, please?
The government has an obligation... The government has an obligation under this Act to assess that against the health impacts of COVID. It has an obligation to assess the impact on students who are out of school versus the impact on COVID. The long-term impacts. We've heard, and every member of this House no doubt will be getting emails from constituents concerned about their children, particularly children with special needs in education, not being in a school environment and having long-term effects. I had an email this week from a constituent who was concerned that her daughter is out of school and has already attempted suicide twice as a consequence. It's a complex situation, but the concern is the child is out of school and has already attempted suicide twice. So those are the other side of the health restrictions that need to be balanced. The Act obliges the government under Section 9 to consider proportionality. Not the Chief Health Officer, but the government. The government ultimately makes a decision as to whether a state of emergency is declared. And the government ultimately must consider those other impacts of these directions. We've seen 150,000 jobs lost. We've seen families concerned about suicide as a consequence of students being out of work. We see assessments of the economic impact, suggesting that between $300 and $400 million a day is being lost from the Victorian economy as a consequence of these directions. So I ask again, how has the government, in exercising its obligation under Section 9 to have regard to proportionality, balanced those costs against the health impact of the COVID situation?
Ms Symes, on a point of order.
President, and although I do welcome Mr Gordon Rich-Phillips' new passion for the rights of youth and suicide intervention and everything else, and there are much important issues, but I would like to point out that when you vote against a second reading of a bill, you pretty much give away your right
not a point of order.
to put amendments.
No,
and
it's not a point of order, Ms Symes.
I move that the question now be put.
Are there 6 members? What's these? Yeah. So pursuant to Standing Order 12.25, Ms Symes has sought to move for the closure of debate, but we haven't dealt with Mr Davis's...
No, we do this. No, we
do this first,
and then
okay.
we deal with it.
So understand. Sorry, where am I up to? So it requires that 6 other members must rise in their place. Order, Ms Symes. To support the motion, I ask that those members who wish to do so now rise in their place to indicate their support. Shame.
No surprise. Sorry, Deputy President.
Gagging debate. So, yeah. So, okay, there being at least 6 members who support the closure motion, I will put the question forthwith without amendment or debate. The question is that the question now be put.
Go to where you're right.
Those of that opinion, but it's Mr. Davis.
We'll do that
Okay,
next.
okay. So those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Division called. Ring the bells. Me.
So Wendy, we've got to...
So the question is that is a closure motion to move that Mr Davis's amendments be put. We are not voting on Mr Davis's amendments now, we're just voting on the closure motion, and I invite those who are voting in favour of the motion, voting aye, to stand in their place.
They shouldn't have interjections when I'm going to...
Order! Can we have some silence while the vote is taken, please? Order! Minister, can we have some silence, please? I know it's like the first day of school. We haven't been here for a long time and it's very late and it's probably past the time that you've all been up for a very long time, but it's no reason to behave like school children. Mr. Finn. The gap. Okay, could those voting aye please resume their seats, and those who are voting no please stand in their place, and I indicate my vote is with the no. Thank you. You can resume your seats, please. The result of the division is ayes 21, noes 18. Therefore, the question is that Mr Davis's amendments 1 to 3, which are a test for his remaining amendments, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no? No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division called. We'll ring the bells.
1 minute because...
Oh, we might ring the bells just for 1 minute if that's okay. The question is that Mr Davis's amendments 1 to 3 be agreed to. Not ayes to my left. I invite those who are voting aye to stand in their place, and I indicate that my vote is with the ayes. Thank you. Can people take their seats? Can't think of what to say. And I invite those who are voting no to stand in their place. Thank you. Take your seats again, please. Thank you. Sorry. Order. The results of the division is ayes 17, noes 22. Therefore, the amendment is lost, and we return to clause 1. Ms. Barr.
Deputy President. Is that the question now be put?
.25. Ms Symes has sought to move for the closure of debate. Standing Order 12.252 requires that 6 other members must rise in their place to support the motion. I ask that those members who wish to do so now rise in their place to indicate their support. And do you have to record all those? No. Yeah, okay. All right. As there are 6 other members who support the closure motion, I'll put the question forthwith without amendment or debate. You can take your seats again.
You didn't even want to have a committee stage.
Right. The question is that
week's notice, this is what's going to happen. Surprise!
the question is that the question now be put. Those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. Division called. I'll ring the bells. We're only ringing the bells for 1 minute because there's been no interruption. Order. We're now voting on the closure motion. So this is a motion to close down debate on clause 1. Those of that opinion, I invite you to stand in your place if you're voting aye.
Okay, Reece? Okay, Elizabeth?
Thank you. Resume your seats, please. And I invite those who are voting no to stand in their place, and I indicate that my vote is with the no. Thank you. Resume your seats. The results of the division is ayes 21, noes 18. Therefore, the question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division called. I'll ring the bells for 1 minute. The question is that clause 1 stand part of the bill. Those of that opinion, I invite you to stand in your place now. Members can resume their seats, and those voting no, I invite you to stand in your place now, and I indicate that my vote is with the noes. Members can resume their seats. The result of the division is ayes 20, noes 19. Therefore, the amendments, the clause stands part of the bill. We move to clause 2. Are there any questions on clause 2 of the bill? No. If not, the question is that clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And we move to clause 3. And I call Mr O'Donoghue.
Mr Lane getting the call?
No, I gave Mr O'Donoghue the call.
Sure.
Yeah. Mr O'Donoghue?
Minister, how long is a period of time?
Well, it's only a human concept time. It's the fourth dimension.
Thank you for that question. So the question relates to the reference to a period of time in the revised definition of a serious risk to public health that'll be inserted in the definition clause. So given the nature of COVID-19, it is impossible to specify today a particular period of time after which it will no longer present a serious risk to public health. This is not about creating uncertainty, it's about ensuring there is flexibility to respond within the clear framework established under the Public Health and Wellbeing Act. This reference will still be subject to the ordinary principles of statutory interpretation. As with any Act, the interpretation of the Public Health and Wellbeing Act must begin with the focus on the text and structure of the Act itself, including in the context of its objects and purpose, and the Public Health and Wellbeing Act expressly sets out a detailed objective in section 4 and the intention of the Parliament that in the administration of the Public Health and Wellbeing Act and in seeking to achieve the objective of the Public Health and Wellbeing Act, regard should be given to the expressly stated legislative principles, sections 5 to 11A, including the principle of evidence-based decision-making in section 5, the precautionary principle in section 6, the principle of primacy of prevention in section 7, the principle of accountability in section 8, the principle of proportionality in section 9, and also the principle of collaboration in section 10.
Mr O'Donoghue.
You're in effect inviting me to re-prosecute the matters that Mr Limbrick and Mr Rich Phillips were making in their contributions on Clause 1, which I was keen to pick up those points as well. I'll resist that temptation in the interests of assisting the committee. But I will quote from the advice of Marcus Clark QC and Vanessa Plain that I provided you this morning. Their interpretation or their take on this vague definition is a period of time is so vague and obscure as to lead to a linguistically absurdity or repugnance and an inconsistency with the rest of the Act. A period of time could be 1 day, equally it could be 5 months. They go on to say in their advice, plainly to avoid utter confusion and lengthy court proceedings to determine the meaning of words that read literally lead to capricious and irrational or absurd results, such legislation should not be passed in the first instance. Which leads me to ask the question, Minister, following on from Mr Davis's line of questioning earlier on the committee, is the government certain of the legality of this clause in particular and of the legislation overall? I'll let you answer that first.
Of course it is. And whilst I'm not going to go into the details of that advice, of course the government has sought and considered legal advice as part of the process of developing this legislation. I note the member has referred to some advice that he has sought. I'm not going to cast any aspersions on those individuals who've provided Mr O'Donoghue with that advice, but let's just say we agree to disagree.
Thank you. As it's now 12 o'clock, I need to interrupt business. I call the Minister.
I would seek an extension to the sitting.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those, sorry?
To explain why I'm seeking an extension.
Yeah.
It's with the leave of the House.
Yeah. Okay. So this is not a motion for debate. It's with leave of the House. So is leave is it leave?
No, it's not leave. It's a vote.
It's a vote. It's a vote. Yeah. Hang on. Sorry. So the Leader of the Government has moved that the sitting be extended. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it.
They're not opposing that.
The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Yeah. Sorry, I can't understand you. Sorry, can we have some quiet? I can't hear you. Sorry. No. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Who was on their feet? The Minister. Was it Minister? No. Minister on a point of order?
I move that the question be put.
The Minister has moved that the question be put. So pursuant to Standing Order 12.25, Mr. Lean has sought to move the closure of debate on Clause 3. So Standing Order 12.252 requires that 6 other members must rise in their place. To support the motion, I ask that those members who wish to do so now rise in their places to indicate their support. You can take your seats again. There being at least 6 members who support the closure motion, I will put the question forthwith without amendment or debate. The question is that the question now be put. Clause 3 now be put. No, yes. Yeah, the question, we're only voting on the closure motion now, so it's a question now be put. Am I right? Yep. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no.
Mr. Patten's. Ms. Patten's one side.
So we're in the middle of a division.
Yeah, she can take a point of order though.
Sorry.
Can I just seek some clarification on what we are voting for? With your mask on, Deputy President, I was unclear of what you had actually said.
What we're voting on is just the closure motion, so to close down debate on clause 3. Okay? So, where was I?
Yeah. Those in favour say aye.
Those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division called. I'll ring the bells. motion now. So the question is that the question now be put. Those voting yes, I invite you to stand in your place. You can resume your seats, please. And I'd invite those voting no to stand in their place, and I indicate that my vote is with the no. Resume your seats, please. The results of the division is ayes 21, noes 18. Therefore, the question is that clause 3 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. Aye. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Ayes have it. Division called. I'll ring the bell for 1 minute. Is that clause 3 be agreed to. Those of the who are voting yes, I invite you to stand in your place now. Thank you. Resume your seats, please. And those voting no, I invite you to stand in your place and indicate that my vote is with the noes. If you resume your seats, please. The result of the division is ayes 20, noes 19. Therefore, clause 3 stands part of the bill. We move to clause 4, and I call Ms McArthur.
Thank you, Deputy President. Clause 4 clarifies that the Chief Health Officer can personally exercise any of the public health risk powers if the Chief Health Officer has been appointed as an authorised officer. Which public health risk powers does the Chief Health Officer intend on personally exercising?
Minister.
Thank you for that question. So new section 20 capital A inserted by the bill clarifies that the Chief Health Officer may personally exercise public health risk powers and emergency powers under the Public Health and Wellbeing Act, including the power to issue directions. Currently, the CHO can authorised officers to exercise public health risk powers and emergency powers. The new section 20 capital A clarifies that the CHO can both authorised officers to do so and that the CHO may exercise these powers personally. This is just really a clarification provision that's been inserted into the legislation to put beyond any doubt whether the CHO can personally exercise the public health risk power and emergency powers, including the power to issue directions. Members may have noticed that to date there have been legal directions issued by the Deputy Chief Health Officer as well as the Public Health Commander, and this is just designed to put this beyond any doubt.
Mrs McArthur.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. So prior to this legislation, was there concern over the Chief Health Officer potentially lacking legal authority to personally exercise any of the public health risk powers?
Minister.
Well, this is designed to put this matter beyond any doubt. There isn't any specific concern, but we just want to avoid any doubt about this matter.
Mrs McArthur.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. So which public health risk powers has the Chief Health Officer been personally exercising prior to this legislation?
The issue around issuing of legal directions. It's been the Deputy Chief Health Officer that's been doing those to date, but this is designed to put this matter to avoid any doubt, and that will enable the Chief Health Officer, perhaps if he so wishes to do so, to issue legal directions under his own signature.
Mr Rich-Phillips.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, just on the issue of the clarification, can I take you to section 20, subsection 3 of the Act, which is, section 20 is a section around the Chief Health Officer. Section 20 subsection 3 states, for the purposes of this Act, the Chief Health Officer has and may exercise all the powers conferred on an authorised officer by this Act. Where is the ambiguity in that requires the insertion of 20A? Because I would have thought that is very, very clear, and in fact 20A inserts an area of ambiguity, which I'll come to later, but given 20 subsection 3 very clearly says the CHO has and may exercise all the powers conferred on an authorised officer, where's the ambiguity that's led to the need for 20A?
Minister.
I don't disagree with the member that provision in that section is very clear, but it's the authorisation of himself to have those powers that we're wishing to put beyond any doubt.
Mr. Richfield.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. But the Act already confers by default the powers of an authorised officer on the CHO. So he doesn't need to confer them on himself. By statute, he already has those powers. 20 subsection 3 is very, very clear. And the area of ambiguity I'm concerned about is your proposed amendment says, to avoid doubt, that the CHO can exercise powers if the Chief Health Officer has been appointed as an authorised officer under section 30, personally exercise the powers. So your amendment requires the CHO to be appointed as an authorised officer under section 30 of the Act, whereas section 20 subsection 3 of the Act already vests the powers of an authorised officer in the CHO. So rather than fix an ambiguity, you're actually introducing an ambiguity, because currently it's quite clear by section 20 subsection 3, the CHO has the powers and may exercise the powers of an authorised officer. You're now saying, by way of your amendment, he can exercise the powers if he has been appointed as an authorised officer, whereas currently he doesn't need to be appointed as an authorised officer. He is by default has the powers of an authorised officer. So this is creating ambiguity, not fixing ambiguity.
Minister.
Well, the member is entitled to his view. It's not one that we agree with. I refer him to section 30 of the Act, which enables the Secretary, in fact, to appoint a person as an authorised officer for the purposes of the Act. As I said, we are just seeking to make this issue, put this beyond any doubt at all. And obviously the government has sought and considered legal advice around these issues. We see this as effectively a tidy up to just make sure that this matter is put beyond any doubt.
Mr. Richfield.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I stand by my earlier point, Minister, that this is introducing ambiguity, but could you clarify then, for the CHO to exercise the powers of an authorised officer, assuming this section passes, will the CHO need to be appointed as an authorised officer by the Secretary of the Department in order to exercise the powers of an authorised officer?
Minister.
Thank you. I'm advised that the Chief Health Officer has already been appointed by the Secretary under section 30, which I referred to earlier. Therefore, there's no need for him to be reappointed.
Mr.
Thank you, Deputy President. Minister, that misses the point. Assuming it's a new CHO, does the CHO need to be appointed under section 30 to exercise the powers of an authorised officer? Because your amendment suggests that he does need to be, the amendment you're proposing with section 20A, whereas section 20 subsection 3 already vests those powers in him. So you're now creating a new requirement by section 20A, which will require the CHO to be assigned appointed as an authorised officer in order to exercise those powers, where he already has the powers under the current Act. So can you clarify whether you're now, by your amendment, actually creating an obligation for him to be appointed an authorised officer before he can exercise those powers?
Health officer appointed, that they would also need, he or she would also need to be appointed as an authorised officer under section 30 of the Act. As I've explained, this is not a new process. This is one that has existed previously, and the Chief Health Officer has in fact been appointed as an authorised officer under that section.
Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Deputy President. Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, can the CHO currently exercise the powers of an authorised officer under section 20 subsection 3?
The advice that I have is that we believe so, but this is designed to put this matter beyond any doubt.
Mr. Rich Phillips.
Thank you, Deputy President. I go back to my earlier point. This is actually introducing doubt, because currently, the government, the minister says they believe the CHO has the power under section 20 subsection 3 to exercise the powers of an authorised officer. By the minister's own amendment, that power will only be able to be exercised if the CHO is actually appointed as an authorised officer, where currently there is no obligation, there is no need for the CHO to be appointed as an authorised officer. So it seems, well, the Minister interjects that she explains he is. That's fine for the current CHO, but the effect of this is actually to limit the CHO's authority, because in future they will need to be appointed by the Secretary to be an authorised officer rather than having the power that's clearly vested in them by section 20 subsection 3.
I think we're now going over the same ground, Mr. Rich Phillips, and you're just seeking to debate the matter. As I've explained, this has been occurring, it has occurred, and we believe this provides a clearer pathway forward for the exercising of the powers.
Point of order.
Mr. Lean on a point of order.
Deputy President, I move the question be put.
Pursuant to Standing Order 12.25, Mr. Lean has sought to move the closure of debate. Standing Order 12.25(2) requires that 6 other members must rise in their place to support the motion. I ask those members who wish to do so now to rise in their place to indicate their support. You can resume your seats. There being at least 6 members who support the closure motion, I will put the question forthwith without amendment or debate. The question is that the question now be put. So this is a closure motion. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division called? Yes. I'll ring the bells. The question is that the question now be put, so this is the closure motion. Those who wish to vote yes, I invite you to stand in your place.
Symes, Tierney, Lane, Mikakos, Fulford, Shing, Talamas, Mellon, Terpstra, Kew, Fagala, Erdwan, Taylor, Garrett, and Jep. Okay, Crossies, you've got Hayes, Patten,
That's what I thought you said, yeah.
Bratton, Medic. I'll just do a quick count.
Thank you. Resume your seat, and I invite those voting no to stand in their place, and I indicate that my vote is with the noes. Resume your seats, thank you. The result of the division is ayes 21, noes 18. Therefore, the question is that the Clause 4 stand part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Ayes have it. No division called? Yep. I'll ring the bells for 1 minute. What? Oh, Sean did a 90-second statement on this morning, legacy. Yes. So, because I can't be around Shepparton hiding them places for people to see, I'm doing it on social media. And part of the bill, those are... No, we did that. We did that bit. What are we doing now? What are we voting? Now voting. Yeah. So, those in favour of Clause 4 standing part of the bill, I invite you to stand in your place.